You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good morning. Welcome to Bassmaster Live. Today's presentation, the sixth stop on the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series for 2025, the MAXAM Tire Elite event on the Sabine River in fantastic Orange, Texas, second time in a row. Here in the Lone Star State, our live coverage today, sponsored by Luz, and we are ready to go. In fact, the anglers have launched. That's some scenes from the takeoff about 30 minutes ago, so they are out. Some of them already set up and in business now. We'll get to that in just a few minutes, but let's look at it for you. Second stop on the same drainage, the same major river system in East Texas, the Sabine River. We were up at Lake Fork last week, way up north, and now we are down at the Gulf, where it distributes into the mighty Gulf of Mexico, and so many opportunities. A vast playing field, the City of Orange boat ramp is what's all wheeled around us. And Davey Height, this is very, very comforting place to anglers. They get support from all four corners in this community.
And they absolutely do. It's great to come here to the Sabine River, Orange, Texas. A lot of local anglers that come out and look at the Elite Series guys struggle at times just like they do. But there are a lot of fish to be caught, a lot of fish biting. The challenge sometimes is catching one over the 12-inch minimum length, but it's going to be very interesting today. One thing that has been consistent this week is change in the water clarity, the water levels, the wind direction. All of those things have changed every day. The good news is around the takeoff area, closer to where we are, the conditions are much better now than they have been all week.
All right, that's good to hear. Looking forward to that. You talked to these anglers this morning as they were preparing to go. And each and every one of them, if you expect a gloomy or pessimistic person, forget it. These guys are charged up and ready. They know what the world of possibilities they have ahead of them today. Like you, they probably know that things are actually changing for the better.
Yeah, absolutely. And to make a championship Sunday, to be in the top 10, you know what's on the line. Someone's going to hold that blue trophy over their head. And unlike a lot of our tournaments, anyone in the top 10 certainly has a chance to hold that trophy over their head this afternoon.
So much looking forward to it. We'll get out on the water in just a minute here. There's still some of them getting to where they're going to get started today. Tommy Sanders here with the Hall of Famer, classic champ, two-time Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Davey Height, and we've made a big bust out. We got loose from the studio this week. They let us come down here and be on site, and that's a real treat for all of us to see the anglers and talk to them in person. And I tell you what, we have had some great, a different set of standards as far as our weights go. You just got to reset your scales a little bit, but once you do that, the competition is every bit as fierce. Every point counts as much here as it counts on all the other events this year.
Exactly, Tommy. As an angler, I certainly enjoyed the ones that were a little more difficult to catch those fish that matter. In this case, the fish that matter are 2-pounders, 3-pounders. We've seen a few 4-pounders weighed in, and that certainly makes a big, big difference. I think today will have to catch a 2.5 to 4.5 pounder to separate himself, and really and truly anyone in top 10 can do that.
All right, well, we'll call this the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon today. At our other location, our home office there, we have got our two companions all through the year. Let's check in right now with Ronnie Moore and Mike Sucon. Guys, great to see you there today. I know you're charged up for this, and if you said at the top of our pre-show workout here today, anybody can win here today, Ronnie.
Yeah, absolutely, Tommy. And honestly, you could have added 5 or 6 more anglers to this, and it would have been just as tight. There were 6 anglers just missing the top 10 cut by an ounce each as you go down that list. And first to 10th, 5 pounds separate them. We've got the whole Sabine River map, just a sample of it. Any place on this fishery right now could produce a winning fish. And Mike Sucon, we've talked about it, whether it's guys staying close to takeoff, we're going to see some guys do that in their game plan, or go to those places that have been pressured, but they've been reliable for these anglers.
And big fish have ruled. When the average fish is just under 1.5 pounds, those 4-pounders. I mean, yesterday we had Cooper Gallant and Corey Fujita traded the lead about every fish they caught, and then Pat Schlopper caught his 3.5 and took over the lead.
Guys, thanks so much. We lean on you heavily today to keep us grounded. We get a little bit enchanted by this place because it is so much fun, and so much fun to be outside and on the road for one of these. But, man, the big focus today are the anglers, and they have all got a plan. Some of them have a new plan for today. One of them being this young man right here,
I'm assuming you went there.
Canada's Cooper Gallant. This is earlier today.
Give this about 20 minutes. keep, boys. That's a keeper, number 1. Switching it up this morning. Fishing close to the ramp.
That was real early. That was several moments ago. He's just around the corner from here to start his day, and that is a little bit of a switch up from his routine this week.
It is. He's been making a long run. We'll probably see him do that a little later this morning, but a lot of the anglers notice the clearer water and the lower water closer to takeoff.
That little toad. Golly. That was a good little frog bite. Skipped it all the way up under that cypress tree. Sabine River tank.
Justin Hamner, good weight yesterday that fished his way into the top 10 from outside to start the day. And a Sabine River tank, that gives you a little clue as to how we need to set our minds today. Stetson Blaylock's been working so hard during this tournament. He has kept himself in the top 10, and he has big expectations for today.
There he is. Not a big one, not a big one, not a big one. Dude, he just spit up a hook and a bait. Take that to start. Number 1. And when he bit it, the first bite of the morning, I was like, whoa. Maybe big. Crushed it. He crushed it. That feels good. That feels really good to get a fish in the box on the old spinnerbait. Look at that, old school, son. Little booyah covert finesse. They like it.
Get back out to Cooper Gallant. Got one very, very early. This is also earlier, just a few minutes after that first one we saw.
Both on a spinner, bud. Number 2.
That's way ahead of the schedule.
Yeah, it was terrible.
For Gallant. Now, how about Justin Hamner? Can he match that?
Whoa! Set too hard. Did you see that? Oh my gosh. It was like a dolphin just flying out of the water. What is wrong with his tail? A little scratchy tail. Oh, scratchy. That is weird. Sorry. I took you for a ride. And he blew up on it. I thought it was a little bit bigger than that. Number 2. Oh, they're gonna eat this.
12 inches is our length limit, the minimum length for a keeper this week on the Sabine River system. And one of the anglers who's been with the Elite Series for all 20 years and has a spectacular record here on this fishery through the years, the previous 5 visits, and Lowrance Bird's Eye View gives us a look at him. John Cruz of Virginia.
Hanson. All right, there's got to be some big cousins around here somewhere.
Tell me about your changes.
Yeah, so for, you know, in the tournament, having some history on this place, fishing every time we've ever been here, it has given me a lot of knowledge about, you know, where to go, when, and things like that. We got here earlier in the week, and the Sabine was flooded, was high, higher than normal, and it makes river fishing difficult. And so So the Sabine and the Natchez, you know, didn't play as much as they typically do because it was just tougher. Well, over the course of the week, the water has dropped, and the Sabine is finally getting down to a normal level, which, you know, pulls the fish out of the swamps, pulls them back out to where you can catch them, normal type levels. And the first 3 days I've been in Taylor's Bayou, and just, you know, between me and the other 100 guys, you know, 100 man days or 200 man days, whatever it's been pounded. And it's really, really going to be, you know, against the odds to catch a good bag over there. So coming to an area that's, you know, let's say emerging, getting better, like this right here, I felt like it's my best chance to win. We've already had, I don't know, 5 or 6 bites, had one short, caught one short, had another look like a keeper on, popped off, small, you know, not the winning fish, but yeah, there's more action now than it has been earlier in the week when I practiced up here. So that is a good sign that we might have made the right decision. Just going to keep adjusting, and like I said about the history, knowing this place, I know the stretches, you know, around Orange that they typically get. So there's 5 or 6 areas and stretches that I definitely want to check. You all right, Jake? Jake's dying over here. I swear he just. Sure no, but yeah, that's why we're just going to hit 5 or 6 different stretches and maybe expand from that and just try to fish free, almost like it's a practice day, you know. That's the way I'm looking at it. But we had some gifts in order just to even make it here. I didn't want to go to the.
Great stuff from John Cruz.
We've been briefed.
Yep.
Very good job of it by John Cruz, and an optimistic briefing as regards Taylor's Bayou, which is one of the main places through the years.
Yes, absolutely. And it's interesting to see just one of the things that makes this tournament so different because of fishing being more difficult, the fish being a little smaller. Half of our top 10 starting in a total different area of the Sabine River system than they have for the previous 3 days.
We see a prominent bridge here. Yeah.
Some other anglers have made it over there.
Check in with David Mullins, starting in 6th. David Mullins, 11 years with the Elite Series. Has not had success here before. He's been here most every event.
It's a challenging place, no doubt.
It is.
That's why the more you think about what John Cruz has been able to do, he's an angler that has fished every time we've been here to Orange, Texas, is to be consistent on a difficult fishery is something to be proud of, and John Cruz has been the most consistent.
Yeah, whoever wears the crown at the end of the day will have lots to brag about.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about that, and as an angler, I certainly, you cherish every victory. Every time you get to hold a trophy over your head against the best in the business is certainly something that you will always remember. But it seems to just be a little sweeter when it's a tough tournament, and you really had to adjust every day and make changes.
Day 4, we made it. We're doing something different. Been making the run every single day. We wouldn't even be fishing right now, so I figured I was gonna stay close today. Try something else. We're gonna go look for some fish. Caught a couple shorts so far, a couple bites. We're about to go head hunting though. We're just gonna kind of fish around, try to optimize our day. Had a really great week. Great week. We were cracking bass. Just missed me one. Caught me 7 pounds first day. Caught me 7 pounds on day 2. Caught me 9 yesterday. What a bag. We're having some technical difficulties right a second. Here we go. Hammered them. Like, you couldn't catch them any better. I'm just kidding. But made the top 10, we squeaked in. Sitting in 10th place. Figured we had nowhere to go but up. Anybody's got a shot today. So that's why I wanted to stay close, and if we found a good group of fish, we'd be in really good shape. That might be number 1. Is that a drone? Or is that power line? Oh yeah, we're gonna be in good shape. Oh my God, it's a kicker. 12 and a, let's go. Come on, baby. Hey, about midday, we might go red fishing, so we might put in.
Typical tournament trajectory for Patrick Walters. Kind of lay low for a couple of days, sneak into the top 10 on the final day, and be prepared to steal everybody's lunch money.
Yeah, he certainly is one that can do that. He's done that before.
Cooper Gallant, though, the man on top, changing tactics on this day, and it pays off. Ahead of our leader to start the day, Pat Schlopper, and a great battle shaping up between him and Kyoya Fujita. Just getting started here on the 2025 MAXAM Tires Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, by Rapala, and by Yamaha. Good Sunday morning. If you're just picking up with us today, we've got some great, exciting bass fishing today. The ultimate day of the 6th stop of the year for the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. 10 anglers. We started with 102 on the first 2 days, cut it down to 50 for yesterday's semifinal round. And 10 only will vie for the championship today. Fast starts by the likes of Cooper Gallant, already today with 2 keepers in the boat. Same thing for Justin Hamner, all ahead of schedule. Stetson Blaylock having a good one in early. That's the way they are spread out over this fishery. Could be a lot more far-flung, but we're going to do our best to go check in on someone who's already won this year and told us this morning, hey, someone's going to find some fresh fish and going to go to town on them today. He hopes it's himself.
Hit a big move yesterday.
Yeah, you know,
got in our top 10.
I knew it was going to be kind of difficult to catch to make the top 10 because how many boats were in an area, you know, and it's really hard to kind of differentiate yourself from 100 Elite Series guys. I think the first day I was told there were 79 of us in here. So I knew making the top 10 was going to be kind of hard. And whenever you figure out a place you think there's some above average fish, you really got to milk it whenever it's your turn to get on it. And that's what I really did yesterday. Is I finally had a good rotation through some 2 of the places that I think are the best areas. And I spent a lot of time, went really, really slow and caught 4 nice ones. So I knew it was going to be tough, and I'm just super fortunate that I was kind of one of the lucky ones. Oh, hedgehog bass. That's a kipter. That might be 13 inches. I had 6 bites right there on a spinnerbait. Like every cast, it was like doop, doop, doop. Baby boy side right here. Let me get a cool tag out of here.
Watch out for our W guys here today. I'll just put that out there. Walters and Welcher, always dangerous. And always dangerous in Texas 3 years into his career. Kyoya Fujita. Great story here.
Incredible what he has been able to do in these 2 weeks in Texas. Very, very different fisheries. And top 5 championship Sunday both times.
Yes, good save. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, well 5. Yes, good. Good morning. Let's go. Yeah, let's go.
What it would mean to Kioya to win today. Had to lead last week going into the final day and just ran out of fish, I think was the main thing that happened to him. And he'd caught over 30 pounds for 3 previous days, and it bothered him a lot. And man, what better way to recover from that to the very next week go win at the Sabine River.
Yeah. Starting the day less than a pound behind this man right here, Pat Schlopper, and a situation we have already seen before on the Bassmaster Elite Series in Texas. These two at the top of the leaderboard.
Yes.
Pat Schlopper of Wisconsin had a brilliant day one, over 12 pounds, and has used that to be the hub of the wheel for his effort that has kept him on top all 3 days.
Yeah, that area where he caught him the first day was a lot slower for him yesterday. It's kind of gotten more difficult there. But he said this morning, I still think there are fish there. I don't think I've caught them all. They just haven't been willing to bite. So he's going to go back there today some and try to catch better than average fish is what that place, the whole reason he's led this tournament is, catching those 2.5, 3.5 pounders.
Good one. Yes. Oh, that's a solid one, dude. That's one of the ones we need. You see me snake it right between the gap there? Did you get
close up? I was close up and got it. It was awesome, bro.
That's a high. I mean, that's like a one we want. Yes. He's over 2. All right, baby. 4 more. 4 more. We know what to do. We just got to execute. Oh, he stinks.
Looks like that fish is close to 3 pounds, if not 3 pounds.
Yes. Right between the uprights.
Yeah, this
Pat has the biggest one of the day. There we go.
Yep, a great shot of exactly where he caught that fish. And when you see a top water bite, buzz bait, frog, whatever it is, we always enjoy that. But that has been the key to his success. What you saw right there, just an isolated piece of cover off the bank. They're more spread out, but Pat has been moving a lot, trying to fish little subtle pieces of cover off the bank, not the vegetation that most people have been fishing.
Got a pretty good start. We got one over 2 pounds. Tried to start somewhere else, but couldn't get in there, so I came into a pocket where I caught a bunch on a buzz bait in practice, one keeper yesterday, and got one over 2 pounds pretty quick. So I'm hoping I can run this for another hour at least. I mean, I think a lot of guys miss this bite. That was a decent fish too. I think a lot of guys miss this bite because everybody I've seen in the morning running down the channel, they've all been fishing really slow. That is not That is not my game plan. Golly, usually they'll eat that. Get in there right away. I didn't touch them with the hook. All right, gotta keep moving. Yeah, we got a good start. We got one of the ones we need 4 more.
2-pounder, which will serve for now as the Phoenix boat's big bass of the day here. Championship Sunday on the Sabine River.
Nothing better than to see a top water bite on Championship Sunday from the leader.
The world is looking good from this vantage point today, and especially the vantage point of Pat Schlopper on top and maybe extending it, well, absolutely extending his lead over Kyoya Fujita. Still got a pesky Cooper Gallant in there. I know we're going to be spending a lot of time in the boat with him yesterday. Enjoyed it. And we expect more of the same today. MAXAM Tire Bassmaster lead at the Sabine continues. Saturday, it's baseball night in America, featuring 2 of the biggest stars in baseball as Shohei Ohtani leads the Dodgers against Juan Soto and the Mets. Or the Guardians take on the Tigers. Check local listings for the game in your area Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox. Still got a low-hanging cloud deck here, maybe some little marine layer here on the Gulf Coast, but no rain expected today, or very slight, if any at all, at the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. 10 anglers left, all ready for a pitched battle on this day. We got one of those great situations where any one of our top 10 could stand atop the mountain at the end of the day. There's the man with the biggest head start. Pat Schlopper just caught the biggest one we've seen so far today.
Hopefully the clouds will give him a little longer opportunity, a larger window to throw this buzzbait. He's been doing it in the mornings just for a little bit the last couple of days. Got a good one to start with.
Love the audio this morning.
Yes, absolutely.
Kind of gets anyone revved up a little bit.
Breeze blowing into this bank. Good one. Good one. Yes!
Just a different class of fish he's catching.
Yes, he is.
She's not 2, but he's he's close. $163. That's not a bad one. Yes. Okay, let's keep going, dude. Just get him on. If we can get him on this thing. If we can,
Oh, great shot there. Great camera work.
Just
Championship Sunday.
All day.
We both noticed this morning his eyes are wide open. He smells that blue trophy.
He is a little bit juiced up and ready to go today. Extra adrenaline, appropriate for today. Pat has yet to collect an Elite Series win in his 4+ years out here with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Look out.
One. Really good one. Oh my God, get in here, come on. Yes! Oh my God, that's a tank.
It's a toad, dude.
Oh, did you get that bite, dude?
No, I was wide because they were showing.
Oh my God. Stay out that way further. I'm gonna fish this bank again. Boom. Yes. 288. Oh my God. We already got almost 7 pounds with 3. Oh, that he crushed that.
288, guys. That's a 214, almost a 3-pounder.
Oh God, dude. Come on, baby. They're on this bank. Freaking knew it. This wind. Oh my God. Just stay as far that way as you can because it's super shallow and I'm going to fish this again. I'd put it in as like 212.
Gator boats. BFA, Big Fish Alert Patch Schlopper, the biggest of the day at 212. It's him around 6 pounds, making it way harder for everybody else now.
Yeah, what a great start. And we've seen other anglers catch fish, and it's been that way all week. He's just catching a better quality. It looks like a different age class of fish.
Got it one more time here. 3 now for over 7 pounds. That's a championship pace right there.
Oh, I thought he had lost it right there.
Yeah.
They're getting the bait so good, too. These fish will bite when you get it around them. We've seen that. If you miss one, oftentimes you throw it back in there and they will bite again, more so than most places we go.
Well, let's make a move now. It's been hot and heavy with Pat Schlopper. We got another Patrick who's been working out in the meantime. One we got to keep an eye on today. Maybe starting at 10th place, but Patrick Walters can get tough.
Looks good. He got it. Oh yeah. Oh God, he's even bigger. Thanks, buddy. We got 2.
Patrick off to a good start.
Yeah.
Looks like he certainly made a smart move, changing it up, starting closer to the takeoff this morning than he has so far.
Those 2 keepers lift him from 10th place to 7th. Taku Ito came in from outside the top 10, where he had lived before during day number 2 for a good bit yesterday, but he fished well enough on day 3 to get in here.
I don't know. Oh, yeah. Yeah, right now, so it's a championship Sunday. I'm very excited. So I fish in a Taylor, it's upriver. Nobody fishing, nobody. It's very easy because every day there's so many people fishing everywhere, fishermen. So, but right now, Taku only. Yo. Got it. Yes, look like that. It's easy fishing, easy fishing. Yeah, number 1. Hehe. Let's go.
Taku was saying easy fishing compared to the...
Yeah, no people. Very easy. But
the first 2 days, 3/4 of our field was over in that area.
I think that only couple hours and go back Sabine. Every day my plan is same. Fishing start at Taylor and go back Sabine and fishing couple hour. Yeah. Because the Taylor very important morning bite, very important. And afternoon pretty tough, so day 1, day 2, day 3, same. So I fish morning, I fish in a tailor, and go back in the Sabine, and fish in cross the take off.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, that's part of the story.
If you keep up with the Bassmaster Elite Series, we had the pleasure to see Taku earlier in the week do something different than we normally see him. Typically, he's finesse fishing, one of the best in the business at it. He's certainly a great smallmouth angler. But this week, we got to see Taku with 65-pound braid, heavy bait caster, and punching. And Taku said he loves to punch. He loves to catch bass.
Yes, he does. He thought that gets him deeper into the vegetation, might get a little edge over somebody who's working the outside.
Especially because there was so much pressure over there the first part of the week. Getting deeper into that thick vegetation where maybe nobody else had gotten a bait in there so far worked out great for him earlier in the week.
Fishing is easy in Taylor's Bayou. For Taku Ito, we'll keep our eye on him and our 9 others today. TH Marine Weather Watch, 86 degrees, just about normal for this time of year. 78, partly cloudy. Wind maybe up a little bit. It dropped somewhat yesterday. Should be back up again today, and a negligible chance of rain, just not much at all. Should be good conditions, and I think our anglers are finding a more accessible Sabine River than they have any of the 3 previous days. That is good news.
It's going to be tight. The weights are super tight, and literally anyone in the top 10 could have a chance at winning this thing tomorrow. Keeper. I love grinder tournaments, I really do. And Mercer asked me this morning, he's like, why do you like the grinder tournaments? It's because when you grind, it's such a mental game. Like, honestly, in my opinion, these tournaments are 80% mental. You have to stay positive. If you haven't got bite for 3 hours, you have to keep grinding and grinding and grinding and keep flipping. And when it does work out, it's the best feeling ever. You grind so hard, and when it does all work out like it has for me this week, that's the feeling we chase when we fish tournaments, and that's why I love grinder tournaments, and that's why I'm loving the Sabine River so far.
Cooper Gallant definitely made himself one of the stars of the show yesterday with his skills at, as you say, grinding. He seemed to have a great plan and had the discipline to work it and exploit as much as he could during yesterday, and it's paid off. He was their first one on the board today with a new plan, apparently.
Yeah, new plan. Started out a lot closer to takeoff. He said he was going to give it about 20 minutes, but he started catching bass, so we'll see how long he stays, or even if he stays all day.
100%. Yes.
Let's go.
Oh, I'm glad I came here. Oh, baby. Skinny, but I think that's number 4. Whew, that feels good. Feels real good.
Cooper, I think, the junior member of our 10 out there today. We've no rookies, not even any second-year anglers in our top 10. Very unusual in this day and age on the Bassmaster Elite Series Championship Sunday. Schlopper.
It's a keeper. I mean, and not a bad one. I mean, that ain't a bad one. That's actually a good one. That's going to be over. That's going to be close to 1.75 pounds. That's a solid one too. We got over 8 with 4. Yes, chunker. We're doing this. We're doing this. I'd say 112.
Tell me about your buzzbait real quick. What asked me about your buzzbait?
Well, they're not a sponsor of mine, but maybe after this they will be. It's my favorite buzzbait that I found. It's called the B.A.S. Customs. It's got a really nice clacker on it. It's built really well. Pretty good hook. Gold blade was key this week for me. But I really like this B.A.S. So B.A.S., let's do something. I was actually watching a tournament, I think it was on Lake Murray, and I can't remember who it was. It was way up in the river throwing it, and I heard, you could hear it, and I was just like, oh, that sounds good. So I ordered a bunch of them, and that's really honestly been the only buzzbait I've thrown since then. And like I said, I had a really good practice with it this week, but I just didn't do it because I was so concentrated on being up at the gremlin tubes that I didn't get to do it. Can you get over that way?
Bass Pro Shop's top tackle. Thank you, Pat Schlopper. When it means the most after you just wail on a couple of them with that one right there. That's a great thing to do on the, what's the favorite day of the week for someone? Oh, there he is right there. Dave Mercer here with us. One of our privileges to be able to share the announced duties with you, Dave, this week. And man, it's just terrific. And looks like this may be the best day of all of them, frankly.
Yeah, Championship Sunday, always a special day. But what we're seeing happen with Pat Schlopper is truly incredible. I mean, off to a great start. But I think the untold story that is happening with literally all of our anglers is what they're really dealing with. Pat Schlopper and his family are good, hard-working. I mean, he is a true working man story. Used to work at Shields, managed a fishing department, risked it all, won Bass Nation, and has chased this dream. But it has come with some speed bumps along the way, some tough things. Little over a year ago, just before, I mean, we're 6 weeks away from his brother's 1-year anniversary of passing. His brother Matthew suddenly passed, 42 years old. That happened during the Smith Lake event. And his family is such a caring, loving family, and they've been through so much in the last year. To see this happening for him, I mean, if he can pull this off, it is truly, truly special.
Davey and I were talking about how really up he is for this special day, the great potential of this day. His eyes were like the size of saucers this morning. But despite him saying, I'm keeping it cool and casual here, not totally.
Yeah, he isn't. But, I mean, he's got an opportunity to win today, and he knows that. He made mention of things that have been going on with his family, and you just laid it out there for us. And our fishing community is big, but then it really is small, a tight-knit community, and big family of fishermen. Everyone kind of keeps up with what's going on in other people's lives, and man, it would be really special for him to win here this week.
Well, I can't imagine a better start than the one he has had so far today on Championship Sunday. Let's take you from our Bassmaster studio, sponsored by Marathon remote location, back to the mothership, let's say, with Mike Sukan. And right now we turn it over to Ronnie Moore at the Screen of Knowledge.
Well, Tommy, what's cool is that we're all the way in Orange, Texas for Pat Schlopper catching fish on a B.A.S. custom buzzbait, and we're less than 5 miles away from where they are made. They're in North Little Rock, Arkansas, is where B.A.S. custom baits are. So maybe Pat, if he wins today, will come back through, show off his trophy in studio, and pick up some baits on the way home. But I came into the studio here at the Humminbird Screen of Knowledge to talk about some big jumps. Man, when you get a tough fishery like we have at the Sabine or a fishery that's fishing tough, maybe like the St. John's earlier this year when we had a cold front riddled tournament, you have the opportunity to go from down in the pack after 2 days of competition and make that top 10. And we've seen two big jumpers this week. Kyle Welcher was 29th heading into yesterday's competition, jumped all the way into the top 10. David Mullins even farther back, 44th. One of the farthest back places I've seen someone through halfway through an event be able to get into the top 10 was 44th from Mullins this week. Both those anglers had 11-pound bags yesterday to vault up the leaderboard. But then when we think about the St. John's, I mentioned them because that's the only other tournament this year that has had someone around that 29th or worse position make a move into the top 10. And that week we had Jake Whitaker in 30th jump into the top 10 and John Garrett on the back of a 31-pound bag move into the top 10 and move into second place. So not 31-pound bags, but in the scheme of things, remember we're recalibrating our scales, an 11-pound bag for Welcher and Mullins, that moved mountains this week and it moved them from the 20s and 40s into our top 10 today. And like Cooper Gallant said, you don't know who's going to win today because everyone does have a shot to win.
That's a great setup. You love that situation here on the final day. So much at stake, too. Big points have already been earned during the course of this, but boy, the big prize is so important and so hard to win.
It's a scary cat to have sniffing around.
The W guys, look out for them in this 10.
Good one, too. That's a good one. How about that one? 2-pounder probably. Yeah, he's a 2-pounder.
We made a wisecrack to Kyle Welcher this morning on the dock and said, look, it's up to you to make sure that the total winning weight for this tournament exceeds the amount of your margin of victory on the Pasquotank River. He said, I just got to catch 17 pounds, no problem. So we'll see. I don't think that's going to happen, but Dave, you're absolutely right. We got to keep our eye on Kyle Welcher, but it's Pat Schlopper, the big story today, really on a fast pace early on. It's Championship Sunday here, but you can get ready for the next stop on the Bassmaster Elite Series and get ready to dive in deeper. Play the game, Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. You get to build your team of 5 anglers from 5 different buckets that represent the different strata of people up and down the Progressive Angler of the Year list there. So make the best picks you can and see how it all works out. Maybe you can wind up on top and at least have some bragging rights among your fellow players. Encourage your friends to join as well. Hit the QR code and build your fantasy team today. Hour and a half into the 8 hours of fishing that our 10 anglers have got in front of them. The task is to beat 9 of them. That way you'll have the blue trophy at the end of the day. Takumi Ito has spent some time in the top 10 during the course of this tournament, fell out of it early yesterday and fished his way back in.
Taku said it's easy fishing in Taylor's this morning. No company like he's had the last few days. Especially the first 2 days. About 75 anglers were over in that one area. We got to meet Punching Taku. This morning he told me he was going to be Super Punching Taku. I don't know what that means, but we'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, gonna turn it up a notch, I suppose. get it back closer than he was yesterday. Is the scheme so far for Cooper Gallant?
Number 5, boys. I think I'm gonna double check real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
First to a limit among the 10 is Cooper Gallant. That's always an important milestone on an important day. Dave Mercer, you said everyone says it's like he's almost targeting this event. Everyone says he's really locked in on this one.
Yeah, and that's the talk amongst anglers. Multiple anglers said, you know, how locked in he is. And one of the things that really stands out to me that I think is just beautiful about him, he's just a real incredible natural angler. The decision he made to change areas this morning, he told me his plan when he backed his boat in. Me and him spent 5-10 minutes together. By the time I got to him for morning takeoff, he said, he looked at me and goes, I just changed my plan. He had a hunch, changed things naturally. And I'm talking several minutes before takeoff.
Wow.
Like, to do something in that area, we talked about it yesterday, for him to have something to himself. And he told me the reason he had that area to himself is plain and simple. It looked too dirty. He said the first time he went in there to pre-fish, he said he actually left. He said, this is too dirty, went look for other stuff. But for some reason, it pulled him back there. And that's why he's being able to have that area to himself. But to make such a shifty decision at the end, that's a really cool veteran move for a young angler. Yeah, so as an angler, we all have instincts. You know, all of these elite anglers have great fishing instincts. But there's times when you trust those instincts and you go do things and they work. And then there's other times when you think, I got to get this out of my head, because things that you go try to do that you feel like you should do just do not work. But Cooper is at a point in his career where he's trusting those instincts, just like this morning, going to start somewhere totally different, and he's got a limit sooner than he has all week.
Instincts were the first 2 words out of his mouth today. It's a lot cleaner in here today.
Yep.
So that was. Yeah.
What's that?
Look at this wide shot here.
No.
That's Cooper on the left and Patrick Walters on the right.
Have you been in here? Oh, yeah, same. You do? Holy, you scared me. What do you got?
12 inches. What about you?
I got 5.
Go ahead.
Little rats.
You going to the back or you going out?
I don't really know, honestly. I'm just fishing around.
That's why
I'll
slide by. I'll probably go to the back for a minute and then I'm gonna head out to the main.
Is that Hamner in there?
Yeah, Hamner started in the back on the bridge, I think.
Oh, I thought that was another one of our guys right there.
Yeah, I didn't feel like heading back.
First time this week Patrick or Cooper has started there, and they just didn't want to get in one another's way if that's where they had been. But
this is a spectator. This guy's fishing too. God dang.
Both started somewhere different. Cool display of, a lot of times it stands out when anglers don't get along.
Yeah.
But a cool display of them both showing respect for each other.
Yeah. The best of diplomacy on display this morning. Sure. Back to Justin Hamner. It's been one of his haunts through the week.
Oh, right when I get hung? I am, man, we're just having fun today. We're going to throw a frog pretty much all day long probably. Mix in a spinnerbait. Got a little rock pile here that I caught a bunch on yesterday, but we had that current coming in when the tide was coming in. I don't think we're going to wait around for that. We got to catch a big one. A couple big ones. But everything is clearing up. I mean, we haven't had any rain all week. After all the flood waters and stuff, it's finally getting back stable. So I think it's going to open the door for somebody to make something happen somewhere nobody's caught them yet. I'm about to go fish some new water.
First time all week, the conditions have been good close to takeoff, and it's good to have this part of the playing field back for our top 10.
Yeah, good things come to those who make it happen so they can afford to wait.
Yes,
I guess is the way you put it right there. And hats off to all 10 of them and all our 102 anglers here who showed up ready to take on all the challenges, all the hurdles of an extremely daunting fishery, to be sure. Great place to test for the best. Pat Schlopper, 4th day in a row. He's looking like the best in terms of sitting on top of that special list right there. Cooper Gallant, 5 fish in the boat. That's important as well. MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite, and let's take a look at this 6th stop of the year at the progression of our Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year race. And there's Jay Shakurit maintaining his lead, although for him it was almost like driving the car off a cliff. He finished all the way down in 25th place here. For his standards, that's a horror, but he's absolutely still in charge, as it turns out. A couple of anglers, 3 of them actually been able to make up some points on him here. Chris Johnston, Kyoya Fujita, and Trey McKinney have all done a little bit better and have gained some ground on Jay, but Jay's still on top. That one may get closer and closer, or Jay may just run away. And there's 3rd place, Kyoya Fujita. Great season for him. He seems to have higher finishes as we go through, but he's still way up there on top. Lower finishes, I should say.
What a great 2 weeks, though. I mean, Texas has been good to Kyoya.
We have seen him stretch his arms more this week. Last week, I was singing I'm a Little Teapot at times while he was fishing, but this week a lot more casting. But it's proving how versatile of an angler that he is, which I think is amazing.
But I don't think he's
amazing.
I don't think he's used to holding that heavy bait caster all day long like he has done most of this tournament. But he's proven to us he's good with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Out to Taku Ito. Going to fish Taylor's for a while, and is going to spend some time in the river.
Looks like keeper. Yeah, easy. Yeah. Yeah, touch it. Maybe no. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's touch it. Yes, small one. Pounds. Let's go.
Fastest start of the week for Taku Ito. Usually he's been catching a couple and then having a lull for multiple hours, but that's That signals a possible faster way to go. Fastest start of the day, though. Right here is Pat Schlopper, our leader to start the day, and he has been very busy this morning. Oh, that busy? Yes.
Oh, Tommy, we got that music early on Championship Sunday, but why not? Pat Schlopper, day 4 leader going out. He's been to day 1, day 2, day 3, and to start today leading this event. Struggled at times, but to a great start this morning. Start out with a 14-ounce lead, but man, he got it going early and often. And what better way to do it than with a buzz bait on Championship Sunday? Power pole replay today. Pat Schlopper getting off to a great start. Better than average size fish, 1 3/4 to about 2.5 pounders. Extended his lead, and we want to see more and more of the buzz bait, Pat Schlopper. Power pole replay of the day.
Morning bite has been spectacular. This is actually the first place I came and practiced, and I caught 7 or 8 buzz baiting through there really fast. And it's my plan to start here the whole practice until I found the magic pipes. And yesterday we came in here and I caught one small one, but the wind wasn't right. Today when we pulled up, the wind was hitting that bank perfect, and I mean I got 4 in the box, and honestly, like, all of them are quality, and 2 of them are really quality. So we need one more. We get one more good keeper, and we're gonna give ourselves a shot. But I ain't stopping until we got to go back, and I feel pretty good. I mean, anything can happen. I thought this morning that the weights would be heavier, and just based on what I've seen, I think it's going to be true. But I don't know, man. That was just kind of the start you dream of on day 4. I mean, to catch one close to 3 pounds, one over 2 pounds, a couple other ones close to 1 3/4. I mean, that's not easy to do down here. So we're in a good spot. We got to finish it. We got our foot on their throats. Now we gotta push.
Appreciate his honesty. Nothing wrong with that. This is competition.
I love it. Good move so far today for Pat Schlopper. Let's move on over to David Mullins. Still looking for his first keeper.
Boy, it feels like he deserves this top 10. The Sabine has not been kind to him over the years.
He has not made a cut here. th year with the Elite Series. He's our second longest standing veteran in the group today.
Get it right there. Short striking it. Second one I've had to do that. Get in here. We'll get in here. He just bit me and short strike me. Easy. Easy. Got him on the trailer hook. Number 1. Number 1. That fish spit that up. Fish spit that up in my live well. Look at that. Little old rage tail. Little nickel spinner bait in the morning. Thought it was a big one. I think it's
Guys, Mullins has been on a roll since the 2019 season started. He had a 20th, a 2nd, 36th, and 17th for points, all of those making the Classic. The last 2 years have been a struggle, though. 72nd and 93rd, the worst of his career, but bouncing back with this top 10 into our Classic cut and 36th in the points race, looking to get back to what we've known him to be like the last 4 or 5 years prior to this slump.
Yeah, 4 out of 6 cuts. You're doing good out here.
And Mullins is kind of a tough guy. It's real easy to assume he's 60% grizzled, but there's a softer side to him. Got married in the offseason and has a pet raccoon named Cowboy.
So I hear, yeah.
Good to see David Bullins get on the board, because we've had, I think, a faster start this morning than we have had all week long, and some anglers that just totally mixing up, going different areas, trying different water, and it's worked out for them.
John Cruz, yes, the only one left without a limit so far. Gave us a great setup to what's going on here in this Taylor's Bayou area this morning to start our day, and we do appreciate that. He'll get going soon enough.
Yeah, you can tell Cooper Gallant is not where he's been fishing the last few days when we've had a camera with him. The water clarity is much better where he's at right now, and I guess it was about an hour and a half ago he said he was going to stay 20 minutes. But when you keep catching them, it'll change your plan.
Plans change. Oh, who's lurking at us there?
Here we go. Nope.
Cooper Gallant looking for the transmission line bite. Always got to keep that honest.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime you're out here. Bassmaster, a great initiative from B.A.S.S. to provide a great place for females who are interested in bass fishing, tournament bass fishing, to learn more. Series of workshops. Just finished one here yesterday. Got one coming up at ICAST July 17th and on the Mississippi River August 23rd at the Elite event then. Check it out, bassmaster.com. Next weekend, it's the biggest day in motorsports as the greatest spectacle in racing. The 109th Indy 500 comes to Fox with Joseph Newgarden going for an historic three-peat. Don't miss it. Coverage begins at 10 a.m. Eastern next Sunday on Fox. Can he get it done? Right around the corner, that huge event. This is the biggest event of the week. In our 4 days of fishing in the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series 9th stop of the year, MAXAM Tire at Orange, Texas on the Sabine River. At Schlopper started the day with less than a pound advantage over Koya Fujita. Now he's got a 3-pound, 11-ounce advantage over Cooper Gallant. That's a measure of insurance if you're looking for a victory, but not comprehensive insurance, as they say in the insurance business.
No, well, it's not over this week until it's over here on the Sabine River, but certainly a great start for Pat Schlopper.
Let's get out to our leader right now. Could have hardly hoped for a better start to his day with 8 pounds plus in the live well and still one fish to a limit.
I mean, yeah, this, like I said, was the first spot that I had found, and I had intended on starting here until I found that other area. I mean, that's maybe better than what I thought it would be, but I caught one over 2 pounds in there in practice, and like every one I got was like the size of those other ones. So for whatever reason, they're a little better quality in there. I don't know. I've never gone in there in the afternoon and tried to flip them either, so maybe you could get them flipping in there too. And I just don't think a lot of guys have been, just based on what I've been seeing, like I don't think too many guys have gone back in those oxbows like that. I mean, maybe they have, but like the other mornings when I ran by, I looked in there and there wasn't people in there in practice in the morning or in the tournament days, so I don't know. And like I said, I just think a lot of people, they're just fishing so slow, which, I mean, obviously you catch them doing that too, but like I feel like if there's one up there and you get it in front of it, it's probably going to bite. So you just got to cast at as many things as you can and hope there's one there.
Certainly agree with what he's saying. We've talked about all week. These fish are aggressive when they move up on a piece of cover and set up to feed. They'll give you a couple opportunities to catch them if you miss them the first time. Honestly, when we had him on camera on day 2, I thought that area way up that canal around those pilings was all he had. But it's been good to talk to him since then that he's got things just like he started this morning where he planned to start on Thursday but hasn't needed to. So he had a lot more things going for him than I thought when we were with him on Friday.
Maybe I'm a weirdo, but I could listen to that buzzbait for days.
We were talking about the greatest audios ever today. So many buzzbaits and spinnerbaits.
Guys, when you're talking about Pat Schlopper's area, these areas in Taylor's have been beat up, but when you're looking at map study and you think about how remote the Sabine River is in places, you can look at the normal lake map type of deals. You can also go in here and do satellite imaging. And what's interesting is when you dive in here, you could spend hours before you ever get to the Sabine River in terms of looking for areas that you can fish. You can see that this oxbow has a little bit of grass and maybe some high spots in it. You then go up to this oxbow and you can see that there's another little cutoff to it. And so when you're going up this place, you can have 10, 15, 20 spots. If the water's high, maybe it goes back in here. There are a lot of different places you can find before you ever get here to make sure your practice is as valuable as possible. And you can do that on the Deep Dive app just like you would if you were looking at tides. If the wind isn't really affecting the narrow areas up in Taylor's, you can still just go in here and put on the satellite version like you would on any other type of deal and have all those options, as well as looking at what it actually looks like on high water or low water with this satellite imaging.
Good pictures. Thank you, Ronnie. Excellent. Davey, oxbows, do they offer, we talk river fishing here, do they offer a little bit of stability versus the main channel? Is that some of the attraction of oxbows?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And you see people focus on them around the spawn. And most of these fish that are being caught are post-spawn, but I did talk to 2 different anglers yesterday saying that they thought the fish that they had caught this week were actually spawning. So, yeah, those oxbows they attract those fish when they want to move off of that current to spawn and stay in there until the conditions get, the water temperature and water quality is what really pushes fish around on a system like this.
Kyle Welcher's got 2 fish in the live well.
And Davey, Tommy, Mercer, when you're looking at the satellite imaging on the apps like that, some of those oxbows are much cleaner than the main river. Squelcher's hooked up.
Look at that. Freaking crush the hedgehog, dude. I mean, I watched him eat it when it was falling. Give me some, dude. Got 2 freaking big ones. That hedgehog was falling. That's a 2 1/4 maybe. Hold on. He's just under 2 1/2. Ooh, we'll take that. I saw him eat it and I saw his mouth and I was like, he ain't that big. And I set the hook and I was like, he is a big one. 2.6.
Talking to Kyle Welcher yesterday, it was interesting. He's always a thinker. He wanted to use a bigger bait, so if there's a couple fish around, maybe those smallest ones won't bite it, but you can't go too big because 2-pounders are gold here.
Monster day yesterday, 11 pounds plus for Kyle Welcher to gain access to the top 10 from down in the ranks right there. That's reason enough to keep your eyes on him today. He's known for putting big beatdowns on the field, especially this year. But Pat Schlopper, the man moving the most, moving the needle the most of anyone else. We got plenty more on the way, just getting settled in and started on this Championship Sunday on the Sabine River. 2025 MAXAM Tires Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. They're sponsored by Minn Kota, by Bass Pro Shops, and by Skeeter Boats. Just to look at just a tiny part of our playing field, which touches on parts of 7 Texas counties here. We're not using all that space today, but that's what's available here. Vast and can be very daunting if you try to figure out a plan of action. There are fish everywhere. They're just biting at different times. They're hiding in different places. It's a big puzzle you got to put together.
A real big puzzle.
Got the Kyoya Fujita. Oh my gosh, got the mud motor going there.
Those things are shockingly loud.
Yes. And heavy. Kyoya won to start our season on this river system last year, 2024.
He's on the other side of the boat. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Maybe 1.5. Oh my gosh.
They'll bite again a lot of times, even when you stick them. He's not scared. I thought he made a pitch on the other side of that boat, and he did and got a bite immediately.
Stretching out today, seen him in places that we've not seen him before.
Exactly.
He is trying to think outside the box. Get something to separate him from everyone else.
Måste kika den här pengar. Yeah, good size. Yes.
There we go.
Yes. Maybe 2 pounder. Woo. But camel fish, same size. Yes, 2 pounder. 2. Camel fish, maybe same size.
Saying the one he just lost was the same size.
Wow. The Go Devil fish.
Yeah, good fish.
Back in the day, Dion Hibton, his whole theory about skipping around those docks with baits and stuff was get the fish to bite first and deal with the problems after that. The bite is the first part, and Trey is following that lead.
So,
They're moving.
oh, yeah. So boat, this boat, so line. So I think line break, so butt came off. No strong hooking. Yes, I think line break, so.
You know, it's whether we're on the Sabine River, Lake Fork, all of our tournaments come down to the anglers that can find a better class of fish. And it's the exact same way right here this week. Pat Schlopper and Koya Fujita are just catching. You see today, and it's been that way. That's why they started out 1 and 2 today. They're catching 1.5 to 2 1/4 type fish often, and it's so difficult for everyone else in the field to do that. You see so many anglers come in with a limit that weighs 4.5 pounds, 5.5 pounds, somewhere in there, and they've been able to catch just a better class of fish.
That was the third fish for Koya. He's got about 4.5 pounds unofficially.
Let me know when.
Back to Cooper Gallant.
Yeah, so decided to fish close by the ramp today. We got 5 real quick. Just throwing a spinner bug around. I'm gonna give it about 5-10 more minutes and we're gonna run to Taylor. I feel like I'm 2 big bites away from winning. I'm talking like, 4 and a 3 pounder, but I truly believe I can do that in Taylor's. I saw some big ones in practice, I saw some big ones throughout the week. I had a 4.5 in there, and that same day I had day 2 and I had 10 pounds. I lost a couple big ones too, so I know there's still some left to be caught. So we're gonna chuck this spinner bug until we get to that point. And then we're gonna make the hour and 15-minute run up to Taylor and go flip a jig the rest of the day and try and get 2 big bites. But I truly think if I can get 2 big bites, we'll have a shot.
He has got a plan, a definite plan. Back now to Patrick Walters, who started in 10th place, and he has moved up steadily.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. Okay. Number 5, Sabine River bass. Got a limit. It's under our color. He ate it like he was supposed to. Come on, baby, please.
Patrick joins Cooper Gallant, second limit of the day.
Oh, man, that gets me excited. God, that's a limit.
Limits have not been guaranteed this week. Yesterday, out of 50 guys, we had 34. Days 1 and 2, out of 102, we had 69 on day 1 and only 62 on the second day.
See Cooper and Patrick taking advantage of this clear water coming out of the area they call Bluebirds, not far from takeoff here, and the south wind and the tides have kept that water back in the back of that area. But today you can see where Patrick's at. He's out on the main river fishing this bank where the clear water has started to move out. I think we've seen more spinner baits this week than we have in a very long time. Yes.
I need to approach her from a different angle. You can put that one at a pound. Yeah, he's probably like a pound and a quarter. Oh my God, he smoked it. So I'm really hoping there's a dang wad on him right there.
Well, he always has a mess of rods. You never ever see him where you're like, oh, he's got lots of room up there.
No.
He's 3 rods away from having to have a sidecar connected to his boat.
Not the place for open-toed footwear, is it, Dave? Or maybe, well, I don't know.
He's very fleet-footed, Tommy.
Well, he is. He's nimble.
Great look at that clear water coming out into the river.
Wow, that
there.
is, yeah.
Patrick, right where you think a group of fish would be.
Okay. Let's come up busting there. Little guys, but I feel like I need to get a different angle on this. I don't like my angle at all.
Boy, that really is an awesome aerial shot.
Isn't it?
Who needs a telestrator when you...
Yeah. That's
right
black
there.
coffee with coffee and cream mixing right there.
Yeah. Justin Hamner. 3 small ones. 2 small, excuse me.
What the heck? I was hung up and it got it off for me. That was crazy. All right. 4. I was literally just hung on that stump right there. Now, my line got like wrapped around the rod.
When you're a classic champ, you can get hung and the fish will just get you unhung.
You don't even need to measure him. You're an eyeballing machine. You know, Justin is the second one. He's just would look like it might be, you know, possibly a little small. Puts him right in the box. So fearless, I guess, is what.
Trust your instincts.
Pat Schlopper, though, still the man to beat. Got a 3-pound, 11-ounce advantage over Cooper Gallant. Kyoya Fujita right behind him, and Kyle Welcher not too far back. Steady move up the leaderboard for him on this day.
Yeah, there really is a lot of different pieces of cover you can fish on the Sabine, whether it's soft cover, hard cover. You know, you have cypress knees, knotted vegetation, you've got grass, you've got a lot of different stuff you can fish. You got barges, steels, sunken boats. There's all kinds of stuff you can fish out there on the Sabine.
It's got man-made stuff to it. It's got bank lines. It's got mats. So it's just a smorgasbord full of just stuff where they can live. It's got everything you want.
Sabine River is so pretty similar to Japan. So because Taku's growing up Tone River in Japan, Tone River. I fish in every week the Tone River. It's a Tone River is a tidal water.
On the Sabine River, it is such a massive place. There's 3 rivers that you can really go up or fish. So figuring out what has the cleanest water was the key this week.
Love the area, love our host city of Orange, Texas. Do want to give a shout out to some of the folks, some of the heroes that make this big event happen. And it takes work all year round to get everything in place. The Greater Orange Area Chamber of Commerce do fantastic work in marshaling all the resources together it takes to put it. Yeah, it's just enough to. Yeah, it's worthy of a little celebratory dance every time we land here for the 6th time. The Bassmaster Elite Series showing up here on the Gulf Coast. It's our only shot at true Gulf Coast area fishing. Gulf Coast adjacent. This MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River. I mean, yeah, Toledo Bend's on the Sabine, but it's different from here. Everything. This is a busy area commercially, traffic-wise. Gives you lots of different environments that people all over the country, get to face, if they try to catch you, go out and get their line stretched. And you learn a lot here.
Absolutely you do. And the largemouth bass aren't as large here as they are just a little farther north than here. But you have red fishing, the trout fishing, flounder fishing. You have a lot of fishing opportunities around here, and a lot of fans of our sport that show up every time we come here.
And Dave, they take a day off to come to the weigh-ins this time of year. You got to appreciate that.
The weigh-ins have been awesome, and that's kind of the payoff. I said that on stage yesterday, but the anglers that make it through to Saturday, that is the payoff. The big crowd, it pays off. And we had great crowds Thursday and Friday, but it is tremendous, the roar that you hear as they enter the stage. And here's the thing that stands out to me, guys. It feels like the river knows it's Championship Sunday. I mean, they're catching them better than they seemingly have caught them up to this point, and they're catching them on baits. I mean, that we love to see.
It's magic. It's absolutely magic. That's what this place is all about. Important date today, in which we have another celebration we're going to think about. Let's roll a piece of video to sort of set that up for you today. It's a landmark day, and no, we don't have the video. Okay, we are celebrating the 60th birthday of a very important person in the sport of bass fishing, a Hall of Famer, a classic champion,
my Lord,
a progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year. Not once, but twice.
Oh,
and
my Lord.
Valued. What would we do without him?
I haven't
The one and only Davey Hyde.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, honestly, I'm tearing up now looking at those pictures.
Gosh,
at that age, I can promise you that Davey Hyde right there dreamed to be a professional angler.
Already by that age. That's what, 10, 11?
Yeah. Honestly, it's pretty cool. Thank y'all. Birthdays come all too often. As you get older in life.
Tell me about it.
It makes it very, very special to be here with you guys, be here on Championship Sunday. Honestly, those childhood pictures, I dreamed of being able to be on the stage at some point. Never dreamed of doing this, but I've been blessed.
A lot of service to our country in the military, and we do, as we say, we appreciate that. Of course we do. And we appreciate having you to lead us through the twists and turns and all the fascinating things that happen in the world of bass fishing. Davey Hyde, happy 60th birthday today.
Thank you so much.
Happy birthday, Davey. I mean, it seems like right around 9 years old is when the mop jig thing started for you. It just started on your head.
Yeah, absolutely. Old mop jig will still catch them.
That jig was trimmed.
We saw it last week, I believe we did.
We did.
Yeah,
we did.
Patrick Walters got a limit in the boat. Nothing huge.
There we go. Look at the way he looks. That'll go that little one that we just caught. It's a good sign, though. Very good sign. He got it too, dang. Oh, Rocco.
Dave, you made a great point a minute ago. We've seen a lot of different baits. I mean, from drop shots to buzz baits and everything in between. Square bills, spinner baits, jigs, hedgehogs, all of it.
I know, I'm sorry, buddy.
Brandon Lester called it on day one. He said you guys wanted an old school bass beat down with a bunch of different baits. You got it, and it seems to have gotten better even on Championship Sunday.
All right, come on.
So glad to see this area close to takeoff, the Bluebirds area, and back in here, this part of the Sabine coming into play. There's a lot of fish right here, but the conditions were just so bad Thursday and Friday. Got a little better yesterday, but certainly even better today.
The tide probably a little bit more.
Yes. Lower water every
doable
day
for these guys. Yeah.
We talked about it some on Thursday. Thought it would get better Saturday and Sunday, and it has done that.
Back to Kyle Welcher, the overwhelming victor at the third stop of the year, Pascatank River in North Carolina. Set the record for the biggest margin of victory.
That's a nice one. Quit it. Will you stop?
Two top tens this year for Kyle Welcher. One at a place where he caught 118 pounds of fish, and at a place that's a little bit different scale here, but shows he's a versatile guy.
1-6.
As you said earlier, his win margin is more than the probable winning weight of this entire event.
Yeah, he needs 17 pounds to make that, to rectify that situation right there, but there's nothing wrong with that. Hey, TH Marine Bassmaster Pick'em, that's the newest of the 3 fantasy games that are available to players of all descriptions out there, and it's very easy. It's 6 matchups based on a theme, each one of them. You just pick seven matchups. You pick up 7 winners, and you have beaten the world. Bassmaster Pick'em Challenge. Saturday, it's baseball night in America, featuring 2 of the biggest stars in baseball as Shohei Ohtani leads the Dodgers against Juan Soto in the Mets, or the Guardians take on the Tigers. Check local listings for the game in your area Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox. Big day here on the Texas Gulf Coast. We have got great bass fishing, maybe the best of the week, happening today on Championship Sunday. And we have got a lot of reasons to look forward to what's going to transpire through the remaining of this day, and most of the fishing time is still ahead of us. But we have one constant, and that's Pat Schlopper, hanging on to his lead and, in fact, extending his lead through the course of the morning. Of course, we're so happy to be here. Me and Davey High get to be here live on a very special special occasion, a special occasion that involves Davey Height. Here we go. The celebration continues.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's my family away from home. I love y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday.
That's the Texas staple right there.
Texas staple.
Wow.
All right. All right. Thank y'all so much. I'm going to share them. I'm going to share them.
Oh, man. What?
Happy birthday.
So I guess I need to thank my wife, too, because there's only one person who could have shared those photos with the media folks. Have one, my friend.
I'm too fat to eat in public, Davey.
Come
I
on.
can't do
Come on.
final carb
There
up
you
for
go.
championship
Thank you so
Sunday.
much.
Oh, happy birthday.
Not just one, but a dozen birthday cakes right here. We gotta love it that way. That's 12 times as good.
Thank y'all so much.
Happy birthday, Davey Height. That's the theme for this morning. Worth celebrate.
Love the sound of a buzzbait. Nothing makes it sound better than us chewing.
Oh yeah, boy, that's you know,
frosted donuts and buzz baits.
Let's get out to Taku Ito. Fishing is easy for Taku today. That's been declared.
We never even offered any to the people that brought them.
That's kind of bad, isn't it?
Still fish here. Come. Okay, yes. Oh, yes. Oh. Yes. Oh. Scout. Safe. Got it. Ooh. Scary, scary. Scary, scary. 1.5.
Yeah, when the fishing is easy, good things happen.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. So many anglers avoided Taylor's because the pressure has gotten. Taku's got it to himself today. Could be good things.
Take it over to Pat Schlopper. Got to check in with our leader, having such a fantastic morning. For more, here's Ronnie Moore back in the studio.
Well, Tommy, we're here in the Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section of our studio, and specifically with Pat Schlopper, we've seen him use multiple baits this week. Started out when we first saw him on camera day 2 with a small black and blue compact jig that he poured from Do It Molds, had a sapphire soft plastic on the back of that. We also saw him mix in a drop shot with a robo worm around those pipes, but since the last part of yesterday morning through the afternoon, he has left that area, and we've seen him catch them just flipping a traditional creature bait and flipping a jig on some cover, but also the buzz bait. And the buzz bait is straightforward. It is a metal wired you know, kind of like a spinnerbait, but on top water with a big blade. But there's so many variations you can do with it. I've got a white one with a skirt, and I've got a black one with a trailer, a soft plastic trailer on it. You saw Pat Schlopper's using one with a big bead that the blade hits and makes a distinct noise. His blade is also gold, and so there's so many different things. Gold seems to be a deal on these tidal places a lot, especially with the tannic water or with the dirtier water. So we're seeing Pat mix in that, but every single bait on our counter right here has been used on Bassmaster Live. We've seen shallow running crankbaits from John Cruz and others. We've seen a frog catch from Justin Hamner this morning, flipping and pitching with Kyle Welcher. We've seen spinnerbaits from not only Patrick Walters, Cooper Gallant this morning, as well as Stetson Blaylock throughout the week. So jigs, buzz baits, frogs, crankbaits, so many different baits this week. We're just showing you a couple of them from our Bass Pro Shops bait and tackle section here in studio.
I like how Schlepper
Ronnie,
called
thank
it
you
a
very
clacker.
much. Great to have an opportunity to celebrate the baits that have endured through the decades upon decades.
Oh, the cows are standing today, fellows.
Oh. There we go. Good. Nice one, that keeper. Yeah, yeah. Thought he was bigger than that. I think we got 5 though. Ah, they're eating that. Yeah, he's for sure 12, isn't he? solid 13. See, that's gonna give us 9.5, I think. That ain't bad. $1.14, so a little over a pound, but that gives us 9.5 pounds. That's a good start for being, what is it, 9 o'clock, 9:15?
Give Logan a shot with that.
Boy, the way he hit it and like took me down, I'm like, this might be old King Chublin, but he was just a little mini chub. Okay, now we got 5. That's an accomplishment.
What was that weight?
I'd say like just a pound. He was just a hair over a pound.
Starting out this morning, I think any of the top 10 had a goal in mind they thought they needed to catch to have a chance to win today. And I think Pat's goal was 10 pounds. Would give him a chance. Certainly he wants to catch more, but 10 pounds will give him a chance to win, and he's almost there at about 9:20 local time.
Boy, it feels good for somebody who's overcome so much to
feel good.
I mean, he can breathe now.
We got a pretty good, I mean, we got 9.5 pounds. One's a little one. And we got a lot of day, and we got a lot of stuff to do still. I feel good. I mean, the door ain't shut by any means, but that's the best start I've had. And caught all of them on that buzzer on my newest sponsor, Brazalo Custom Lures. Hopefully. So it's been fun. They seem to be biting, so I know everybody else. I know I'm not the only one catching them. But we're just gonna give her, man. I'm pumped. I'm just pumped to feel the way I feel right now, of just like in the zone and confident and knowing I got a good amount of day left. And we got a good base. I mean, this is the kind of bag where I get one more of those high 2s. I mean, there's really only one in there I don't want to weigh. The rest I can weigh. I mean, I would like to get rid of them, but they're not bad fish. So feeling good. But we got work to do.
Well, what you were saying, Dave, you know these anglers better than anyone. You see them when they bring their fish to the scales on the good days and the bad. Tell us about what you think about Pat's mindset being different here this week.
He's just kind of, I feel like all season, because his season got off to a tough start. And again, we're talking about somebody who regionally is super dominant. It is so hard to make it here in the Elite Series, and you question yourself no matter what you have encountered. And he told me a story this morning that just shows you how tough it is and how mental this game is. He said that he was talking to Jason Christie after the last event in the Yamaha booth, and they're talking, and Jason Christie said to him, I don't even know if I belong here right now.
Wow.
That's Jason Christie.
Wow.
One of the most dominant anglers
8
here.
wins.
And Pat said hearing him say that made Pat feel like, uh-oh, he feels it too. We all feel this. And I think he's had a lot of stuff happen over the last year that, puts life in perspective. But I think we're just seeing him a much freer and the true Pat Schlopper. The Schlopper without the pressure on his shoulders. And I'm going to say this, if he pulls this off today, look out for this dude. He is a star that's been waiting to be born here on the Elite Series.
A lot of close calls over the last 4 years plus, and what a deal it would be if he could break through this time. He has done the groundwork, started out ahead, and has stepped out a little farther from the crowd here as he stands, well, better part of 4 pounds, 3 pounds and 3/4 ounces ahead of the rest of the field. Gallant, Welcher, Fujita, and Ito in our top 5, certainly within striking distance.
There he is. Not a big one, not a big one, not a big one. Well, Sabine River for me it's been good to me, and I think it's just because I know you don't have to catch a whole lot here, and it fishes a lot like some of the rivers back home in Arkansas. But for me, the Sabine, the way that I've been successful here is find a specific area and utilize an area more so than just running around trying all kinds of different stuff. You know, top 10 days are always different because you want to try to win. You want to shoot to get it done on the old spinnerbait. Look at that, old school, son. Little booyah covert finesse. They like it.
Stetson Blaylock, who has won, as we've mentioned many times during the course of this week, because he's been on with us most of the week. His win with the Bassmaster Elite Series came from a tidal environment on the Atlantic Ocean, Winyah Bay, and he found, if not specifically, Davey, a horseshoe lake, but a place that was a pond, a little lake that was a little more stable than the surroundings.
Do what now?
Break down how you've approached this.
Well, for me, it's I've said this a couple times. It's all about finding an area, and I did that. And I knew there was going to be a lot of pressure in that area throughout the week, and I just tried to figure out a way to bounce around and get the bites I needed. And luckily, the first day I had a 4-pound bite late in the day, which bumped me up to where I needed to be to get to where I'm at today. You know, you'll always look back and wonder what if. I mean, I made a decision to not go over there today just because I had 5 pounds on day 2 in there and only 7 pounds yesterday, which for here are okay, but not what you want to win. So I decided to not go back. But you just kind of got to pick the high profile areas and break them down and then go with the one that feels the best. And the water in all these other areas was really, really nasty and high and kind of flooded out. So I felt like that area over there had the best potential, which it did for sure. But now things are kind of getting more back to normal, where you have ingoing and outgoing tide, and everything's just, you know, this water's still dirty, but it's cleared up a lot since practice. And I just feel like when you have an area that's been pressured that hard, and it wasn't just by a few guys, we're talking 30 or 40 guys of the tournament. When you have that much pressure in an area, it can take its toll on it. And there's going to be, you know, a couple bags out of there again today. I'm sure some guys went back, but I just felt like my best chance from 8th and 9th place was to find something new, which is what we're doing. We're looking, trying to find the bites we need to make a big jump. But just knowing the areas, finding the areas is the way that I do it on a place like this. I don't run tide because I'm not good at that. It just seems like if you can find an area where they're living and using, you can go in and out and bounce around throughout the day and get the bites you need.
Stetson Blaylock, one of the, like so many of the great ones, he's always thinking a couple of steps ahead, and he's good at sharing that process with us. We appreciate that. Ditto for this guy, John Cruz.
They seem like a good group of guys. Mm-hmm. There he is. Good one too, I think. Oh, good enough. Look at that. We'll just leave them. Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Hold on. Oh boy, we got number one in the boat. We wrangled him. We did. We sure enough wrangled one. We'll see what this giant weighs. I go with 1, 2. Nope.
And we're going to go in as 1 pound, so that's 1 fish, 1 pound now for John Cruz on the board.
Yeah.
David Mullins.
Same thing. They're good fish.
Mullins with 1 fish as it stands.
Get in there. And come off the hook.
Number 2. little punch.
Get back over to Patrick Walters, who is inching his way up the ladder from 10th.
Be a bass. Oh my God. Let's go. Oh my God. Holy shnikes. That was not what I expected to catch. What? That? I mean, it wasn't real. It wasn't real until it was like, I mean, we're just gonna come out here. I'm freaking shaking now. Shit, I didn't want to shake today. Had a drive ahead of me. I was like, I'm just gonna come out here and catch me 7 pounds. I'm gonna get my check and I'm gonna go. And that one right there, that means, dude, we get 2 more like that. They better catch them. Was not expecting that.
You know, this tournament is different in so many ways, but one thing that I really like about it, we actually get to see the baits that anglers are using, even Patrick Walters. It's showing us the baits that he's using.
I like to know what sponsors are on the front of his jersey, and this week we get to see that. I love
Yes.
that.
Guys, he loves the smell of bass in the morning.
Walters is, we know, one of the best anglers on the Elite Series, but this is his 29th top 10 out of 94 events when it comes to Opens, Elites, and Classic. 29th top 10 out of 94 of those top level events.
Pretty impressive.
I don't think it's gonna help. Well, he might. Kind of skinny. Oh, a little mini chub. He's 13.5 inches. Oh, they're biting today, boy. They're gonna catch him. But I'm gonna catch him too, so. I think it is gonna help, actually. He doesn't, oh man. Man, he's a poop. He's a pooper. I do think he's gonna help a little. Oh, stop. You gotta stop it. Stop it. Yeah, it's pretty dang close. I mean, just it's like the same thing.
Every ounce is going to count in this one, no doubt about it. We saw out of the top 10 yesterday, every place was separated by 1 ounce for about 5 or 6 straight places. It's incredible how close.
May come down to ounces, but right now, Pat Schlopper has it looking like it's going a different way. His total will update, but not by much right there. It's going to stay pretty, that's the status quo, and that's all estimated, by the way. It's not official until Dave Mercer gets a hold of these guys at the weigh-in there. Everything goes in for sure. We will have a champion at the end of the day. Plenty to come on the way. Saturday. Next weekend, I should say. It's the biggest day in motorsports. It's the greatest spectacle in racing. The 109th Indy 500 comes to Fox with Joseph Newgarden going for a historic three-peat. Don't miss it. Coverage begins at 10 a.m. Eastern next Sunday on Fox. On the way, just around the corner. Looking forward to that. MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River. This is Championship Sunday. Very important day. Some very important hardware to be given out at the end of this day, the 6th Blue Trophy of the year. We're down to 10 anglers from the original 102 that showed up here and fished for a couple of days to make yesterday's top 50, and these are the 10 who made it through. It is a pretty impressive cast of characters, I will say, as well, including this man right here, who rewrote the record books earlier this season at the Pasquotank River with by a whole lot, the greatest winning margin in the history of the Bassmasters.
45 pounds, 7 ounces, Tommy. Davey, you were right. Pat Schlopper has over 38, close to 39 pounds, and overtakes Trey McKinney's one-day bag at 4.
Dog it, dude. I freaking fell in the water.
Kyle Welcher almost took a little swim there. Glad he didn't.
He's done that before. We've seen him fall in the water a few times.
Yeah, so I've got a limit. I've got 2 good ones and 1 nice one and 2 little bitty ones. We got a above average bag for the week relatively early, so we need a couple more good bites. You know, there's certain ways I've been fishing that I've been catching really small ones, and there's certain ways I've been fishing where I've been catching some pretty good ones. So I'm kind of leaving the get a lot of bites deal, and we're going to try to catch a couple big ones. I mean, it's hard and it's slow, but when it's a bite, if it's over 2 pounds, that helps a ton. So we need 2 more of them 2-pounders, and we'll have an actual shot. Unless they catch them really good, but we'll see.
Kyle thinks he's hit those numbers that can make him pull the trigger on the next move there. He's got 5 fish for 7.5 pounds.
Yeah, we were talking about anglers having numbers in their head that they think they need to reach to have a chance to win. Guarantee you Kyle Welcher has got that number in his head. He's a numbers fisherman.
Yes, he's always calculating. But here's what I'm trying to calculate. We've seen buzz baits, spinner baits, little cranks, flipping. Have we somehow teleported back to 1998, Davey Height?
Had a snagless Sally on
earlier
in the week.
Did.
Yeah,
I guess so.
That's fine.
I like it here.
Yeah.
And it's surprising, but it's really not surprising. They still bite those baits. They still bite those baits. They still bite a buzz bait, just like they did in the 70s. Just get around the right ones.
Yeah, Stetson Blaylock, certainly one of those not afraid to take a trip back in the time machine. baits-wise, to get the job done. He's been
Shallow
doing it
so
all week
fast, I
long.
was in 9 feet, now I'm dragging bottom immediately. Well, I mean, it's conducive to where we are, but I love the new technology. I love it. Love my active target. But I have had a good time not having to look at that and just fish this week and make decisions and just, fish what looks good in front of you. I grew up fishing without electronics. I had one little Lowrance LMS 32, I think it was, on my first boat, and just had GPS to get around the lakes. Had to learn all this stuff and figure it out. And it, tournaments like this, it can help just having a, oh, sorry, dude. Having a mindset of, knowing that you're just going fishing and hopefully they bite. Been a good time, fun week. Switched over to the black and blue spine crawl in here. It's just so dirty. I'm really surprised we haven't caught a limit yet in here. I knew I could get some bites, but I was hoping I could get some better quality keepers, not big ones, but keepers.
Let's take you from Stetson Blaylock over to now 4th place, Kyoya Fujita. Been a while since his last keeper.
Looks like he's back in the area where we saw him spend most of his day yesterday.
Yes. Keep it.
Good one.
Yes. Well pipe. Well pipe.
Make a note of something Koya did right there. He wet his board before he laid that fish on it to keep from pulling the slime off of the fish. It's better for the fish. Appreciate him thinking about that and caring for the fish so much.
Yeah, Schlopper's been doing it every time as well.
It's a good deal. I misspoke. Kyoya has been in 2nd place, not 4th place, and that solidifies his spot in 2nd place. In fact, gives him a little bit of attraction against our leader, Pat Schlopper. So it could tighten up. In the next hour or so, we shall see. Cooper Gallant, Kyle Welcher, and Taku Ito still in our top 5. The MAXAM Tires Bassmaster Elite from the Sabine River, sponsored by Mercury. By Power Pole. And by Progressive Insurance. Oh, we've got a little more fishing to show you here from our Bassmaster live presentation of Championship Sunday at this event, which marks the 6th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series 2025. And Pat Schlopper, Schlopper, excuse me, seeking his first blue trophy of his career. He's had some near misses. He is a well-respected angler, fun to watch. Has made important appearances in the Bassmaster Classic and other big tournaments. Well, let's get you caught up with what's been going on with our Yamaha midday report. And we'll start with Kyle Welcher, already a winner this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And winner in a big, big way. Not quite so easy for him this week. I'm not saying it was easy at the event that he won by 40-plus pounds, but hey, we got him back in the top 10. Made a big move yesterday to get in our top 10, and he's continued that climb up the leaderboard, currently unofficially in 4th place. Kyle Welcher using a little bit bigger bait, he said, to try to not get as many bites and try to catch those better quality fish. And here on the Sabine River, it is the 1.5 to 2.5 pound fish that he is hoping to get to bite.
11-pound day got him set up in the top 10 today. Spent a lot of time yesterday with this young man, Cooper Gallant.
Yeah,
a great tournament.
Cooper has had a great tournament. He's got the great mindset, like you mentioned, Dave Mercer. He seems to just be on a roll. In fact, that's the first words that came out of his mouth yesterday morning when I went down to see him on the dock, making good decisions. This morning, he decided to start closer to takeoff and made a great decision, caught a limit faster than we have seen him catch a limit the last 2 days, but not the size that he needs to have a chance to hold up Blue Trophy over his shoulder. Right now, he is making a run. Said it'll take him about 1 hour and 15 minutes to get back to the area that he caught. Won almost 4.5 pounds on day 2, which would go a long way on day 4 to catch 1 or 2 like that.
Starting in 2nd place, Kyoya Fujita, who has won before in Texas, did it last season to kick the season off.
Kyoya's certainly got a chance to hold that Blue Trophy over his head this afternoon. But I'm just going to say it is so impressive to see an angler go from Lake Fork catching 30-plus pounds a day most of the days to come here, reset, understand that 2-pounders are gold, and have a great shot to win again here this week. Just as good a shot, honestly, at this point on Championship Sunday as he had last week.
Trying to go from tears to triumph in 7 days, and he was crushed after that defeat last week. But wow, what he has done, like you said, Davey, one of the most impressive things to see how well-rounded out he is, and he has answered a lot of questions here this week.
Yeah, he absolutely has. We've seen him with a bait caster in his hand, heavy braid, picking apart shallow water vegetation, not using his forward-facing sonar at all this week, or very, very little. But the man of the week so far certainly is Pat Schlopper. He took the lead on day 1, fishing way up in a canal, had a little set of pilings that he was fishing around, and honestly it looked like, man, he's just not going to have a good enough place. Those fish are not going to replenish way up in that canal, and I really thought that's all he had, but that was just one of his plans for this week. Honestly, talking to him yesterday after the weigh-in, he said, I have not run what I thought was going to be my best stuff coming into this tournament. So I'm excited about it. I have more than 1 or 2 areas. I think I can catch a good limit if I fish faster and hit those isolated targets offshore. And man, did he get it done this morning with a buzz bait. We all like to watch and see these anglers throw buzz baits, and every fish he caught this morning, or the first 4 that he put in his box, definitely above average size here for the Sabine River.
Pat catching him early and often throughout the morning, and most importantly, larger than everyone else. Got himself on top with the biggest limit of the day so far. No, excuse me, 1 left to a limit. He's headed for the biggest limit of the day when he lands his next keeper. To Patrick Walters.
B.A.S.S. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Patrick said he didn't want to have to shake today. He was just going to come out and stay close to the boat ramp, catch 7 pounds, get his check, and head home. He's shaking right now. Moving up the leaderboard.
Well, you saw him and Welcher show up. You know things would get shaken up on another one.
fish like that, and he won't be the one shaking.
This
Other
tournament
people
just
will
took
be
a
shaking.
big turn.
It did.
A big turn.
Man, in the throes of a bass fishing rampage right there. Breathing hard. Patrick Walters can smell something in the air. I wonder what that is. Maybe a chance, maybe an opportunity, maybe a pathway. Another one of his efforts in a win column.
Good enough.
With
His
Schlopper
fantastic
having the
career.
limit, Tommy, he's got to have the biggest bag of the tournament by far if Walters wants to make up 5 pounds.
Whoa! Well on his way. Well on his way. Dave Mercer, I need you to ask Patrick Walters what's up with just smelling those bass.
You don't love the smell of bass?
Well, on Championship Sunday only.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he smells like money to him.
That's exactly right.
Maybe we're headed for the best top 10 performances of the week here. And this one's going to continue until 2:30 Central Time, 3:30 Eastern. That's when these 10 will check in. And everything will get real official then, and we will have a winner at the end of it all. Thank you so much for being with us today for Bassmaster Live. Coverage is going to continue now on Bassmaster.com. That is also where you will find the weigh-in later on today. Right around the corner, we got NHRA qualifying from Chicago. That's what's next on FS1, and we'll see you next time.
The second of 2 back-to-back events here in the Lone Star State. We're in Orange, Texas, the Gulf Coast of Texas. Welcome into the Bassmaster Halftime Show presented by Bass Cat Boats. We will catch you up and keep you up with everything that's been going on here in the Lone Star State. I want to welcome in all our viewers, whether you've been watching all morning on FS1 or you're just joining us for the first time. We are having an incredible Championship Sunday. It seems like a stingy Sabine River where nothing was given, everything was earned here this week. It's showing up for Championship Sunday. And speaking of showing up, he's always part of it on Championship Sunday. And that is our reigning and defending Bassmaster Classic champion, Easton Fothergill. Narrowly missed your 5th Championship Sunday in a row by 3 ounces, not to rub salt in a wound.
It came so close, but yeah, I had a blast this week. You know, catching them a bunch of different ways, spinnerbait, flipping on a jig, all power fishing. It was a really good change of pace, and I really enjoyed it. It's fun fishing out there.
Yeah, it's been an interesting Championship Sunday so far. It seems like every day that we've done the halftime show, we're kind of waiting for things to develop. You know, slower starts from everybody. This morning, seeing what Pat Schlopper has done, absolutely a blast on a buzzbait. It's been a lot of fun to watch. And I think there's still some fireworks to come.
A lot of fireworks ahead. We've seen a lot of great action this morning. Some of the baits that we've seen have been around since before you were born. You're 22 years old. I thought you're not supposed to be able to do this stuff. We've seen buzzbaits, spinnerbaits, a snagless Sally. How did you learn?
This is how I grew up fishing, man. You know, live scope didn't come around until I was a senior in high school, so fished a long time before it even came around. So it felt good to kind of shut the screens off and go to work on anything that looked good on the bank. It was definitely a lot of fun. Went to work
in a big way. In 3rd place now for Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. They kind of counted you out after that Florida swing. You're going to take those boys out? I mean, you got Tucker Smith and Paul Marks obviously ahead of you, the last 2 winners, but you're not going to let them take that title, are you?
I'm going to do my best now. We'll see. I'm going to, you just go out and do the best you can every event and see what happens. But, yeah, I'm having a blast. This is my rookie year, and, yeah, wouldn't rather be anywhere else. It's a dream come true for me.
We love watching it go down. The second youngest Bassmaster Classic champion in history. We're trying to see if Pat Schlopper finally wins in the lead event here this week.
Well, we had a good morning. Slowed down quite a bit since then. I've had actually plenty of bites. I got 5, 1 small keeper. But I'm feeling all right. We're about to head up to where I did most of my damage the first day and see if there's anything left there. Just kind of get it out of my system, or if they're there, give it some time. And then we're just going to work our way back down and keep doing what I've been doing. And hope we run across one more good one. And we need one more 2-pluser for me to feel good about it. I feel okay, but this thing's, it ain't over. Like, they're biting too good for someone to not catch 12, 13 pounds today. But the good news is, for me, is like, most of them guys, that's what they got to catch, besides Koyu and Coop.
Schlopper, he's kind of the working man's Elite Series angler. He used to manage a Shields store.
All right, you ready to roll?
Gave that all up and chased his dream. And we saw him get close last year at Toledo Bend. He's overcome a lot in the last year. Lost his 42-year-old brother at Smith Lake last year. And his family is just kind of salt of the earth people. You meet them and they're just what builds this sport. And they have overcome so much. And if he were to hold that title here today, it's just great to see some good for some people that have dealt with a lot of bad lately.
No question. And, you know, getting the opportunity to spend a lot of time with Pat over the last few years, you and I talked about it. One of not only the nicest people on tour, but just a hilarious human being, just somebody that's such a joy to be around, and certainly super exciting to see him have such a great morning today.
Yeah, this is, came back up to Taylor's. We're quite a ways up. We started by the ramp this morning. We caught 5 pretty quick. Got 2 decent ones, then 3 we got to get rid of. I just feel like this is my best chance coming back up here and trying to catch, hopefully, 3 big ones. I've seen them throughout the week, lost a couple, caught one the other day. I just know it's my best shot. So I'm just gonna pick every square inch apart in this. There's about 2 stretches I've got, and then we're gonna run and gun and fish isolated stuff for the rest of the day, but we don't have a ton of time. It's already 10 o'clock. We got lots of time, but we better start catching them pretty soon. But I think if we can catch like 3 better than average ones, we'll have a pretty good bag. Yeah, I'm pretty fired up to just flip this jig for the next 3 hours. Yeah, it's a little different. The wind's blowing. The water's still, water hasn't changed. Honestly, don't think it can get muddier than what it is. They live in this stuff. They're river fish. They're used to it. Hopefully, we can dunk this jig on a 4-pounder's head here in a minute. I feel good. I feel like I'm doing the right thing. Yeah, I'm just fired up. We're here on Championship Sunday. It's been a good week. It's been stressful, but we're having fun. Hopefully we can catch a couple bigs. I want to win this thing bad. You don't get too many opportunities to be this close to a blue trophy, so we're gonna do everything we can to fish clean, try and get a couple big bites. I just can't wait for that next dunk.
Cooper actually believes that water quality, water color, being as bad as it is why he had that area to himself. Actually pre-fished it and said he left. Said he had a quick look at it and left, said it's just too dirty, looked for cleaner water. But went back, and obviously that area has delivered for him. Made a clutch move this morning at the last minute, you know, literally 7 minutes before takeoff. He looked at me and said, my whole plan has changed. The plan that he had when he backed down the ramp totally changed, and it's paid off.
It's so cool to see an angler like that make that kind of adjustment on Championship Sunday where you have that good of a shot to win. It's super cool to see someone just make a gut decision like that, you know, just super cool, and I could see it paying off for him. We'll see. it's cool. We have Coop, Koya, and Pat all, they're all in the zone right now. They're all fishing really well. I think it's all going to come down right to the end of today. We have the afternoon bite window opening up, so I think there's still some fireworks yet to come for sure.
Coop is definitely one of those anglers that it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. He's going to win one of these. He hasn't been around long. He's had some opportunities, but this is the closest he's ever been.
Yeah, Dave, to your point, it was a minute before the national anthem this morning. He said, right now, I just changed my mind on what I'm about to do, and certainly paid off for him getting a quick limit. 2 days in a row, he's able to do that. Doing a lot of his damage on a 3/8 ounce outcast tackle cage fighter jig. Easton, you and I just talked about it on the live cast show. You kind of got dialed in on a jig deal. Talk about that as well, like how you figured that thing out.
Yeah, so I started this event with a Texas rig, black and blue rage bug, and I got back to the house after day one, and I was just cleaning out my boat, getting ready to go, and I opened up the live well, and there's 3 5-inch long crawfish in there. They look like lobsters more than crawfish, like the big ones. And that's what kind of clued me in on. I tied up a jig right when I saw that because, they were keyed in on the bigger crawfish. And I really do think from then on it kind of made a difference. Got me some more bites because they were just keyed in on that bigger crawfish style bait.
A lot of crustaceans get eaten in this part of the world, whether it's by bass or humans. There's an excessive amount.
You don't have to look hard for a crawfish boil around here. They're pretty much every night. Every square inch of this place seems like.
We'll continue to follow the action from the water. Cooper Gallant trying to chase down his first title. Easton, you've already got lots of titles, but I know you want lots more. 3 events ahead of you. Which one stands out to you? Which one are you looking forward to the most?
To me, lacrosse is the one that sticks out the most to me. It's another fishery. There's bigger fish than the Sabine River, but it's the same style. It's not always easy. It's kind of a grinder at times, and it's just so diverse. So I'm really looking forward to that one, and it'll be a lot of fun. The last 3 events will all be fun.
Yeah, great final 3 events we got ahead. We got 10 Killer, we got Lake St. Clair, and then we're going to finish it all off in La Crosse, Wisconsin, as you said, and it's going to be fun watching you battle it out for Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year. It's going to be fun watching the rest of your career. I'm starting to realize you're pretty good at bass fishing, Easton Fothergill.
Well, I appreciate that, and thanks for having me on.
Always great to have you on. We're going to be joined by another guy who's pretty good at bass fishing, Robert G., as he continues to fight to get back to his hometown of Knoxville, Tennessee for the 2026 Bassmaster Classic. But happening in every single tournament, Bassmaster Falcon Rods Drain the Lake Fantasy Fishing Challenge. You pick one and they're done. You can't pick them for the rest of the year. Kyle Jesse, tell me about it.
Yeah, absolutely. You get to select 8 anglers per event, and once you pick that angler, you can't use them the rest of the season. In my opinion, it takes the most strategy because you want to pick, each specific angler for the tournament you think they're both best suited for. You get double points if you pick the winner. So picking the winner of the event's a big deal, and at the expense of possibly sounding like Ronnie Moore, I'm killing it in Drain the Lake this year. Absolutely killing it. 100th in the world. I'm on fire.
All right, well, I'll put you in an uncomfortable position while we're joined by Rob G. Have you picked Rob G yet? And what fishery did you pick him, or where are you saving him for?
I don't know if I have or not, but I think if I have not to this point, I'm probably saving him for St. Clair would be my best guess. And it's possible that I've already used him. And if I did, chances are, based on my results, he did well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't know if he's picked me yet, to be honest. I'll have to pick on Kyle right now. He didn't pick me as a college All-American back in the day, so I'm kind of still salty about that.
Clearly, you're bringing it up. How long ago was this?
Oh, probably 4 or 5 years ago.
And that's really held you back in life, that he didn't pick you as All-American? Mm-hmm. Well, I would have picked you this week. It's a great finish, 24th place. And this one was not easy for anybody.
No, not at all. You know, after day one, I was in 68th. So from coming back all the way from 68th to 24th it's a great week in my opinion. If I could figure out how to catch them on day one this year, I would be doing fine. But that's been my downfall, is the day one curse.
Let's get out in the water right now with a guy who hasn't had a lot of curses, sitting in third place in our Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year, Kyoya Fujita. A tough championship Sunday last week, obviously. But wow, he is answering a lot of questions for people that would have said, you know, Kyoya is a forward-facing sonar guy. He can't catch him without that. He has definitely proved that this week and is trying to turn last week's tears into triumph here on the Sabine River.
Yeah, how about the quote-unquote scopers this week? I feel like we got a few of them in the top 50.
Yeah.
A lot of the commenters on Facebook and Instagram, you'd never think it with what they say.
Well, welcome to a new segment here on the halftime show we called The Airing of the Grievances. Go right ahead, Robert G.
It really has been fun to watch Kyoya this week, though, because, you know, we don't get to see this much from him one way or another. At the end of the day, it's a competition. So using forward-facing sonar or not, you're going to naturally do whatever it takes to catch a best. But, you know, to see him have the ability to you know, flip all week long and then use, you know, the thing that's been the most intriguing to watch for me is seeing the power finesse deal that he's been going on with the spinning rod. It's a spinning rod. It might look finesse, but it is far from finesse. He's basically using a Nico rig, you know, as a flipping bait essentially, and he's not taking it easy on him, much like Lake Fork. Basically straight hook set into the boat with a spinning rod.
Yeah, he's using 28-pound test with his spinning rod.
It's not so much finesse, more power if you're 28-pound test.
For sure.
What's he got so far, Kyle?
He has 4 for 512 so far on Bass Track.
Lost a key fish earlier on that spinning rod. Had it literally behind a boat in between basically the break wall and a boat. Tried to lift it up and she gone.
Certainly still has plenty of a chance. Just 4-5 back right now from Pat Schlopper.
How day's going so far? Each day so far. You got 2 lucky bites. I don't know if we're on a good bank or bad bank. We'll catch one here, we're catching one there. Put a little scrape of them back there. I think we need to go back and check, but it has not been a bad day so far. We've caught a few fish. We're catching a few bass. We're a dang good one away from being at A-OK. You know, making some money this week. 1 bite. Well, we got the rest of the afternoon to do it. We saved ourselves this morning and didn't make the run. I mean, I thought we'd fish out of our fish and decided to stay close, and so far it is panning out. We just need
I know this is going to shock you, but we saw him catch a big fish just a little while ago on a spinnerbait. He put it in a 212. It looked at least a pound bigger than that.
We're just going through the numbers here and trying to figure out what he might actually have, because it says 614. Usually add a couple pounds.
Yeah, I would say he is 814 if he has 614. Biggest sandbagger I know.
What I like about him is he commits to the sandbagging. I mean, most people sandbag on the water, and then when they're, you know, by the time they're backstage and in the troughs, they tell the truth. He will look at a grown man and tell him, I have 14 pounds. Walk up those stairs, and I will scream 28 pounds.
Oh, most definitely. Last year at Toledo Bend, he told me I had 21 and weighed 31.
You heard Patrick mention it there, but I think that was one of the most interesting things this morning is seeing how many guys stayed close. You know, a lot of the guys going to the Taylor's Bayou area the first 3 days, and the water, you know, getting the chance to talk to John Cruz this morning, he said the water here, you know, close to takeoff in the Sabine River, starting to look better. He was going to make a move, and turned out half the field stayed close to start with. So certainly something to keep an eye on the rest of the day.
We'll check in on John Cruz right now.
Yeah. All right. Well, we changed gears, trying a different game plan, and we're about 0 for 4 so far on our stops. Just like another practice day, really. The Sabine is clearing up, getting back down more to a normal level, so I figured they'd start biting a little bit better over here. It has not happened yet. We've caught a lot of tiny bass. Caught some tiny bass. We have one small keeper. We had 1 or 2 possible other keepers on that did not attach their lips well enough to the hook to stay hooked. So we're just going to keep plugging along. There's some other productive areas that we're gonna check and look at. If one of them's popping off, I mean, we could make hay in a hurry, and that's what it's gonna take. We run into the right area, you know, it could be real good. Not happened yet, so we're just gonna keep plugging along. See if we can run into them. Haven't done it yet. Just kind of alternating. We've got a ton of rods on the deck.
A lot of anglers have talked this week about that water quality and why it has grouped you guys up together. Why do you think we had so many anglers that right away said, hey, it's starting to look better? What are they looking for specifically?
So I fish the Sabine every day, all 3 days, and I noticed that in the morning time when the tide was lower, before it rose to high tide, that's when the fish were just chomping. That's when you could really make hay in a hurry. And like that was the key for me this week, was the morning bite. From blast off till 9:30 until that tide got high, that's when you really had to lock in and fish as hard as you could to get as many bites as possible, because after about 10 or 10:30 when the tide got high, the water seemed to muddy up even worse, and it just got a lot tougher to get a bite. So if the water is not over the docks at the boat ramp right now, I feel like they should be biting a little bit better here on the Sabine. It seemed like when that water was lower, they would bite a lot better.
A good visual there of just how close John Cruz is.
During the live cast show, at one break, we turned around and he was fishing right over our shoulders. So certainly been close by here for a good little while. John Cruz, as we've mentioned all week, has, you know, as good of a track record here at the Sabine River as anybody, and, you know, claims that a lot of that has to do with just staying positive and having the right mental attitude. Your first experience here, what was that like? How hard was it to stay mentally focused, you know, despite the tough conditions?
Yeah, that was kind of the game of the week, was staying mentally focused, because out here it was 90 degrees, the humidity was unbelievable, so it was really easy to spin out, but you just had to keep grinding and keep winding away at them, and you know, eventually you'd run into a little zone where you could get a few bites, and that always kept me going forward.
You're an athlete at peak performance, right? Well hydrated, ready to, I mean, how'd you prepare for this event?
A lot of Gatorade.
Yeah,
a lot of Gatorade and water.
Get it done. As John Kruk once said, I'm not an athlete, I'm a ball player. He's a pro angler. Robert G., it's always great to hang out with you. Thank you for being part of the show. And we've got another great guest joining us, Elite Series rookie Dakota E. Bear. And who's going to win this tournament, Robert, real quick?
I think Schlopper's going to win. He's got a pretty good bag already, and he was leading, so it's hard to make a comeback later in the day here.
Trying to go wire to wire, Pat Schlopper, a former Bass Nation national champion. I want to welcome you into the Bassmaster halftime show presented by Bass Cat Boats. Championship Sunday, the final day of competition here in Orange, Texas. Started with 102, 50 went out yesterday, and only 10 remain, all of them with their eyes on one prize, and that is the 6th Elite Series title of the season, the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite, here on the Sabine River. Nothing was given, everything was earned here this week, and a guy who earned his very first semifinal Saturday cut, Dakota Hebert.
Thanks for having me, man. It's an honor to be here. Glad to finally make a cut. Wish I'd have been fishing today, but that's fishing, you know.
By the sounds of things, I mean, you've spent a lot of time in this general region, not just on the water, but you were part of the soiree of people having a party here last night.
You know, this is event number 6, first cut. It's been a long year, man. You know, and I really can't explain it, honestly, but that's beside the fact. But, yeah, I had a bunch of family here in town, and we decided to come join in with the show and enjoy the night. And it was really good, man. I mean, there was a ton of people here, the entire community, everybody showed out, and you could tell they really enjoyed it. You know, it was just a great concert, and we had a good time, man, really did. Everyone else did. I think a lot of people had a lot more fun than we did. I mean, there was there was people having a time. They had a whole crew over here on the Bassmaster stage. They made residence on it, and I think they had the best seat in the house.
Yeah. We had some people just wake up a little while ago. They were getting ready for weigh-in, I assume, but maybe not. But it's glad that they were safe. Let's check in with a guy who just snuck into that top 10, Patrick Walters. He's dangerous anytime he's in the mix.
Oh, my God.
It kind of surprised me to see him stay here, because I was fishing around him the whole time in Taylor's, and he was doing something a little different, I think, than most guys, targeting isolated structure and stuff off the bank, using a drop shot, kind of finessing them and stuff. And it seemed like maybe that stuff would reload more. The bank just got so blown out with all the boat traffic. That's what really hurt the flipping bite some. Obviously, guys are still successfully doing that, but you're not getting nearly as bites what you once did, just because I think those fish got tired of all the boat waves constantly thrashing around the grass that they were in. But Patrick was fishing stuff off the bank, you know. It seemed like more than anything when I seen him, and so you'd think that stuff would hold up for him, you know, more. But
yeah, Taylor's a lot less pressure, obviously a lot less anglers, but a bunch of anglers didn't make the run that have been making the run.
Yeah, I think that was one of the most surprising things this morning is, you know, everybody in the top 10 that was fishing in the Taylor's Bayou area, you would think they would all go back just to have more space. Sure. But it seemed like a lot of the guys, like you said, decided to stay close.
Yeah, that is interesting. Austin Felix actually told me that in the line, too. He said, if you can make top 10, he's like, you need to go back, which I probably wasn't going to go back if I did, but because I had another plan. But Austin said that in previous tournaments, whenever he's top 10 there, surprisingly, you think you've caught them all out of there, but with the less pressure, less boat traffic, all of a sudden it's really good again on day 4, and we can see that kind of happening now for Schlopper, you know, and some of the other guys are there catching them. I mean, there's still fish there.
A big mover that has worked to earn this top 10, David Mullins, has had a lot of tough tournaments here in the Sabine River, but not this time around.
Mentioned yesterday that he was thrilled to finally get to see one of the semifinal Saturday crowds. Dakota, what was, oh, David Mullins hooked up.
Yeah.
That'll be his 3rd keeper, assuming it keeps. But Dakota, getting to weigh in front of that crowd yesterday, what was that like? I imagine that's got to be an angler's dream.
Man, it was awesome. You know, it was kind of a little humiliating considering I didn't have a back.
Sure,
conflicted in your situation.
But you know what? I had so many friends and family that were here to support me. You know, and I could not walk across stage. And thank the town of Orange for having us. I mean, how awesome! I mean, this event should set the bar for every Elite Series event. I mean, this is just amazing the way that they put on this event and the crowd comes and everybody just enjoyed it. I know I have close family friends that are here. They're actually here right now but they have 2 little kids and they've enjoyed the carnival, and their 2 kids have had the best time. They'll never forget this event, and so it's just awesome to see everybody interacting and having a good time. So it was awesome to be able to walk across that stage, even though I didn't have any pass, and just experience it.
Absolutely.
And it's so crazy because I watched him flip that fish out of that grass mat right beside those pipes, and I can't tell you how many times I flipped those yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of one of those things. And when you're fishing around that many people, you're all running the same water, and it's crazy, the little nuances, though. I mean, he did something a little different at the right time that they got those bites. And yesterday it seemed like, man, I did everything under the moon to try to get a bite and just could not get one. It was one of them days, but man, this place is really fun, honestly. I mean, guys have complained about it, but we've had a really good derby here. Whenever you got to, really grind to get those extra ounces and stay focused, I mean, that's what really separates guys. And these guys that are fishing on top 10 today, they've earned it. Whoever wins this event, not to take anything away from what Tucker did at Fork or anything like that, but this is a good old-fashioned derby. And you need one of those every once in a while, I think.
Yeah, I just think it's a little evil to go from Fork to here. I mean, if we'd have gone the other direction, it would have been less mentally abusing to you guys. But that being said, as much as the wind has blasted here this week, Fork would have been a whole different story.
It would have been
if it's windy like that here now.
It would have been. Every tournament has its unique, and that's what makes it fun, really.
We're in a new area. Pulled in here and they were just blowing up schooling, but I think there were a bunch of little ones. Caught a few of them. But we're about to go reel fishing. I don't know if y'all had enough frog bites yet, so we're gonna do that. Came in here and practiced, and the water was like actually low enough. The past few days we've had that high tide, and it's been way just all up in the bushes, and I don't think it was right. I don't know. I ain't checked it since practice. I had like a 4-pounder blow up on a frog in here and a bunch of those little ones, but might as well. I want to catch something on a frog.
I like some frog footage. Told me this morning he was fueled by donuts and destiny this week.
We're going to have to keep a count on the number of Celsius he's drank. Because this
is
morning
he sponsored by Celsius? He's working pretty hard for him, I think.
I don't know. He crushed one this morning at takeoff, and it looks like he's already on to the second one.
He's on the 2-a-day plan at least. Well, it's all right. It's not even noon, so he's probably on pace for 4.
That frog is going to be dancing across the top of the water.
Always tried to get a deal with another beverage company, and that never really worked out, so I guess he's moved on to Celsius.
Easton's working on the rain deal right now. Easton's on 3 rains a day. He's 22 years old. I said, Easton, if you're drinking 300 milligram of caffeine energy drinks a day at 22, you're not on good pace, buddy. He literally ordered them by the case. Like, he had a case of rain. Shelby was like, what is this 30-pound package that's at the door? We were at the Pasquotank River, and it was a case of rain. And they went through it pretty quick, too.
Well, trying to keep up with Kenta. No joke, he drinks 8 or 9 energy drinks a day. I'm waiting for him to explode on stage one day.
Did you? I did. Did you do the same thing? Oh. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, she's good. I couldn't ask for a better one. That might be a big one. It's a good one. Get up. Oh no! Freak! Freak! It's a good one. Over 2 pounds. Dang, that sucker bit so hard too.
Well, I can't complain. That's the first one I've lost this week.
Ouch. That is painful.
Yeah, that hurts. I mean, that hurts bad here. Those bites are gold.
It's all good to right there.
You know, and it's crazy. You look, he's going to look back and say, I shouldn't have done that. But, man, you do that every single day in practice or when you're fun fishing. That fish never comes off. And it's just tournament day.
Bam, 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 bam.
Tournament day stuff, man. It just happens. Got him a good tree there.
Found a little hot tree. Found a hot tree. The other one would have eat this one. The Yamamoto Sensei worm. Several of them up there. The bad thing is we've got to pull the ruler out on these things. He's 14. We're heating up. Golly, that other one would have been nice, wouldn't it?
Yep. A little redemption for Mullins there.
That was something I did not do, was like finesse them, you know. And that was probably my, you know, that's what got me yesterday. They gotten so pressured. These guys still throwing drop shots on a little bit more finesse stuff. It looks like Koya's using like a Nico or something like that. I was straight rage bugging them the whole time, you know. And whenever you got around one that wanted to bite, it, you know, was good. But obviously this is, you know, something I kind of missed. And I can see that now. And that's important, you know, to be able to reflect and know what you did wrong. And
yeah. I mean, that's a big part of the process. And
you bet.
I'm expecting big things for you ahead. I mean, you got your first cut out of the way. It took longer than you probably expected, than many expected. But, man, doesn't matter how you start. It's all how you finish. You got a lot ahead of you.
It was a step in the right direction, you know, for sure.
Well, I got good news for you. Guess what? You made another cut. You're going to stick around for another segment. Dakota, you better not going anywhere, and I hope you guys aren't as well, because we'll continue to catch you up and keep you up here on the Bassmaster Halftime Show. The story right now is the story that's been the same since day number one. With 38 pounds, 15 ounces, Pat Schlopper is trying to chase down his first ever Elite Series title and do it wire to wire. The Sabine River, and it all comes down to this, our Yeti hot seat. And the guy who has comfortably sat in that Yeti hot seat since day number one in this tournament, trying to go wire to wire, Wisconsin's Pat Schlopper, a former Bass Nation national champion. And the question is, can any of the 9 other anglers competing against him chase him down? Had a great morning this morning, and he's been close before, been close in the state of Texas, but said he feels different here this week, and so far that is definitely playing out for Pat Schlopper. An amazing working man story here on the Elite Series. A former Shields fishing store manager, and now potentially an Elite Series champion. And guess what? Put another one in the boat.
Yesterday. He ain't gonna do anything, but we're gonna weigh him.
Looks like Schlopper's back in his original area where he kind of did the damage the first couple days.
I thought it was a good one the way it bit, because it just started swimming out of the stuff. It was a good one yesterday.
He's definitely making it hard on him today. You know, I mean, he's got a couple good ones. I mean, anything can happen here. There's no doubt, but he's making it hard on him. He's doing his job. There's no doubt.
Little creature bug.
Be hard to ask for much better of a start this morning than Pat had, but of course, if he was able to do at this spot what he did the first 2 days and catch a 3+ pounder, I mean, that would really put the rest of the field in a very tough spot.
And it does seem like there's been some bigger bites late in the day every day.
Yeah.
It seems like that's kind of, there's been a little bit of a window. It's like a lull. You know, it's good in the morning, there's a lull, and then they start biting again. It seems like, you know, around noon.
From your tournament leader, let's head over to David Mullins, a former Bassmaster Open winner. Been in contention for Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year several times throughout his career. But the Sabine River has not been his friend.
I believe that'd be, how many we got in there? 4? I believe that's 5. I believe, I'll be close. Ooh, just a little short. Look at that. Can't make that one go. That's right.
Seen a lot of measuring sticks the last couple weeks. Whole different end of the measuring stick this week.
David Mullins and cameraman Seth Doman have had quite the time on the water. We got to watch them a good bit on the live cast stream. They have covered a lot of ground as far as topics are concerned. Plenty of hunting.
I bet.
The most annoying birds in existence. That was a topic for a good while. It's been.
Where did they settle out with that?
Some form of gull, or then David Mullins. His opinion was a rooster that never shuts up.
Yeah,
so two good choices.
I'd go with the chickadee. Very full of itself. I mean, says its name repeatedly as its call. Very arrogant bird.
Yeah, this right here. Fishing isolated stuff.
Dakota, you want to weigh in on the most annoying bird?
And you usually get about one bass per.
Oh, I'll tell you what, them cormorants.
Are they? Yes.
Without a doubt. Like, they'll run an island, they smell up the whole place, they eat all the bait fish, and they're protected. So,
yeah.
I probably done made somebody mad over that.
No, nobody.
Stepped
Nobody
on
that
somebody.
I like.
Somebody got mad about that. But that bird is awful. Like, you can't get within 400 yards of one of them islands they take over and just decimate without gagging.
Yeah.
It's awful.
I agree.
I'm going with cormorant. See, David's targeting that isolated stuff off the bank too, you know, kind of like what it said Patrick seemed like he was doing. And, you know, I figured that would hold up, you know, like kind of.
A lot of multiple bite fish here this week.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like one.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll get a few shots at it.
It seemed like even when you were going down the bank, you know, you get a bite. 50 yards later, you get another bite. You go 300 yards, not get a bite, and you get a couple, you know. So it seemed like they were in certain little areas. And I think there's some current in there, you know, especially with all the water that from them opening locks, letting us in and stuff. So it's setting them up, you know, on those little pieces of hardcover that are off the bank. It's setting them up on certain banks where they're cut more, you know, where, you know, points of transition and stuff like that. So there's definitely things that are holding them to certain areas. They're really feeding on crawfish here. That was kind of, I feel like, their main forage over there, it seemed like, because Easton and I both had crawfish on a live well every day. So the cut banks were key. So isolated targets off the bank obviously are playing a bunch. But there's definitely some current over there too. I think that's setting these fish up to be in certain areas.
First semifinal Saturday here this week, so you check that box off. You got 3 events ahead in the Elite Series. What one are you looking forward to the most?
The next one. I mean, I'm looking forward to all 3 of them, obviously. I got 3 more opportunities to do well this year in the Elite Series, so I'm trying to maximize my opportunities that I got. I don't even know if the Classic is attainable. I don't know when I'm in, like 70th in points, somewhere around there, but if I win all 3 of those, then maybe I'll have a shot. I don't know. You know, I mean, what else?
Well, remember, the final event is winning you're in.
Is it?
Lacrosse. You win lacrosse.
I didn't
you
know
go to
that.
the Bassmaster Classic.
Is that a deal? That's what I'm looking forward to. I didn't know that.
I host a show that's called Officially Unofficial, and most things I say are officially unofficial, but that's always been the case, the final Elite Series event. So you can do that and look at our Dakota Lithium Rookie of the Year race. And here's a compliment to you. You've accomplished so much in your career, you can't even compete to be a rookie this year.
Yep. But
which is a good thing.
It's just funny, though, that even after, the last 10 years of my career, how blessed I've been, everybody still has those tough years, and it doesn't seem like maybe I'm doing so much wrong, is that it's just one that you just get out of groove, but it's been a blessing this year on the Elites. I've really enjoyed it and looking forward to the next 3.
You get back in that groove. You were in your groove here last night, I heard. Was there dancing?
There was some dancing. It wasn't me, but it was some dancing.
That's not what I heard.
Here we are, back and at it again. Championship Sunday, the Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series, 6th stop of the year. The MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine Rivers. Our live coverage sponsored by Lou. So great to have you with us on this afternoon. A day which I think is possibly the most productive day we have seen of all the 4 days on the water we have spent down here in a special part of the Gulf Coast. It's where you hit Texas when you're heading west on the Gulf Coast, and it's a unique fishery, a vast fishery. Lots of impediments, lots of hurdles to these guys, but we just mark them up as a challenge. And we have seen our top 10 who do, hats off to them for doing well enough to get past the other anglers here and make it to today, but hats off to all the anglers who showed up here and gave it their very best. Everyone gives a little extra when you come to a place like this that is so tough, so challenging.
Yeah, and we talked about it this morning that anyone in the top 10 has a chance to win here today, and Patrick Walters, coming in 10th place, has made a big-time move. And I just found out that big fish we saw him catch, he put in as a 215. No.
Oh, no.
Much bigger than that.
Surprise. Patrick Walters, you say, did that? Yeah. We got the legend Davey Height right here, Hall of Famer and birthday boy on the day. The great Dave Mercer is going to stay.
And the surprise
is going to do the honors.
Davey.
My
Holy
gosh.
smokes. I mean, the evil part of me wants to smash this right in your face, but I will not.
A little cautious. I saw you had it palmed, but I appreciate it. Thank y'all so much. So I was not. Almost had a catastrophe there. I was not looking forward to this birthday, to be honest with you, but with all the surprises and treats, I'm ready to have another one next week.
Yeah.
Donuts. Tommy got me a cheeseburger.
Gosh.
You got me a cake.
I
shoot the
just
works.
handed you the cake, to be clear.
Don't worry, when you get to be my age, it'll seem like every week that you're having a birthday, so don't worry about that. It's soon enough. Don't ask for it soon.
Thank you so much.
Yo, our pleasure.
Back to the fishermen.
Yes. Back to the job at hand. Takumi Ito.
We'll turn that cake to the prop department.
Just change the name. Take the Y
Exploding
off and
division.
put an E. We can use it for Dave here soon.
Good start for Taku today. Proclaim the fishing to be easy now in Taylor's Bayou.
Yes, first time we've heard that all week.
Good one. Yes, good one. Yes, good one.
Went on.
Good one. Come on. Yes, sir. Got it. Whew. It's good one. Look like that. It's number 5, right? One, two, three. 4, 5. Yeah, number 5. Yeah, let's go. Chatterbait. Full of chat.
5 fish limit, that's important. Taku ahead of schedule, I think, all the way around on this Championship Sunday.
You got it. Again. Good one. Yes, sir. Oh, yes. Oh, man. That's awesome. Look at that. Wow.
That's awesome. Taku awesome. Taku awesome. Got it. Yes. Okay.
Making a move in a hurry.
Wow.
Is that punching taco, or are we looking at vibrating jig taco?
It's new edition. What is it? New generation.
New
Taku.
generation.
New
yes.
generation Taku. He's more awesome than even the old Taku.
Taku
apparently.
awesome. And
Yes.
I agree.
Yeah, totally awesome. Let's get over to Kyoya Fujita, hanging in there in second place today. Everyone chasing Pat Schlopper, who is trying to win this thing wire to wire.
Back to the spinning rod.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes. 5 fish. Oh. Yes, 1-5. 5 fish. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah.
Fujita now with his limit. Taku and Kyoya kind of on the same schedule here, it seems.
Got it. Yes. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yes. Oh, oh, oh.
Things picking up for Taku.
Okay.
3 in the last 5 or 10 minutes.
It's pretty good one.
Yeah, that's where the action is right now. And all that was going on. Taku and Kyoya. Patrick Walters was not taking a break. Been a lot of action in the intervening minutes.
This morning was pretty good. It slowed down about the last hour and 15 or so. The tides really started coming in. It blew a lot of dirty water in. There was clean water coming out of this creek. So it's coming in now, so we're gonna kind of fish till we go find some of that clean line. We had a good morning. I mean, we were just here to have fun, catch a few bass, and that has worked so far. It's been a productive morning. We really just need a good bite. Hadn't been fishing this area all week. Very popular area. I mean, we're not far from the boat ramp. I think there's been boats all through here all week, but it's a timing deal. I mean, you can go through an area and never get a single bite, and you go right back through there 20 minutes later and you'll catch them. So I don't know if the fish just haven't been biting up here, or we just made the right cast at the right time. But so we're just going to cover water. Try to catch us a good one. We're one good one away from having a good day.
Patrick just under 7 pounds unofficially.
No
After
shot.
Cooper Gallant.
I don't even know what my little one is.
Cooper filled out his limit the first hour and a half today.
Definitely his best start so far this week. He started it right around from takeoff there, and it certainly paid off for him. He's back in the area where he caught those bigger fish, and that's what he's going to need to make a run at first place.
The only place where he can get an Uber airboat is right here in Orange, Texas. Another one of the great advantages to hanging out in this part of the country. Pat Schlopper doing very, very well on this day, and with each passing hour, he gets closer and closer to a potential win. Championship Sunday. Time is clicking off. The hours are passing by. The MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. Lots of different approaches on this day. Some of our top 10 have changed their approaches dramatically from the 3 previous days. If you have 5 fish, excuse me, in the live well, the limit, you are situated in the top 6, from Pat Schlopper all the way down to Patrick Walters. As soon as Mullins, Hamner, Blaylock, and Cruz get their limit, they'll be right in the thick of it as well. One of the anglers who had a fantastic 11-pound plus day. Big heroic move up the leaderboard on day number 3 was Kyle Welcher. He sits in 4th.
Welcher's always stood out as a different thinker, a winner, but he feels to me even more lethal now. If you watch him, as he almost takes out his head with a bass. But if you watch, it just feels like he knows he has the skills, ability, and this is the prime of his career to start collecting titles.
It's interesting you say that, because I went through the same thing once I started fishing the Bassmaster Tournament Trail full time. And you think, well, you're there, you should know that. But there are a lot of anglers that once they get to the top level,
He made it, but he was a little too close.
just takes them a little while to realize, hey, if I really focus, I could actually win. It's just not a fluke that I'm here, but I can win. Just put a little more effort into it, a little more focus, whatever it might be.
He's been ahead of the curve in this place for sure. 7th here in 2023, 8th in 2021, his 2nd season as an elite angler.
I remember, for whatever reason, Robert G. saying he was nauseated his first morning of the first elite tournament, starstruck basically, but didn't take him long to prove he deserved to be there.
Not good. It's kind of a slow part of the day, and I know I don't have enough. I feel like I need another good bite. I got to get over 10 pounds. I'm fishing hard now. We're kind of getting to the phase where it was yesterday, where it's just cover water and try to get it in front of one. But yeah, I know it's not done. I know it's not over. So I got a good start, but we need another good fish. This has been the slow part of the day every day. So I'm just trying to figure out in my mind the stretches I want to hit that I feel like I can have the best chance of getting one of them better ones. Or two of them better ones. I mean, really, we got 4 I don't mind weighing. But we got one that's, if we're going to win, we can't have them in there. I think if I get one more like 1 3/4 fish, I think I'll have 10 pounds, which, I mean, gives me a chance. Makes them other guys have to catch them, which they will. Because if they were biting for me, they were biting for them guys too. But we got time. We got a little time, and we got some good stretches to fish.
Pat Schlopper started on day 1 at a sort of atypical looking spot for not your typical big bass lair, but it served him very well through day number 1, and he was part of day number 2. But today, he made a different sort of move, and that's going to be a candidate and the winner of this award right here, Davey Hyde.
Yeah, let's give Mercury Move of the Day to Pat Schlopper. He's the leader. That's why he had to be the winner of the Mercury Move of the Day. A lot of the top 10 made a different move this morning than they have been. Cooper Gallant won for sure. We noticed Kioya was fishing in a different area when he started this morning. But Mercury Move of the Day, because he landed right on him and started catching quality fish. Pat Schlopper started somewhere totally different than where he started on day 1 to catch the biggest stringer and be day 1 leader, caught a 4+ pounder. Mercury Move of the Day, making a tough choice on Championship Sunday to do something different, and it paid off, throwing a buzz bait, and man, did we enjoy watching him catch those. You know, several of them 2+ pounders. I think he's got one that's 1.5 pounds or so, but certainly Pat Schlopper, Championship Sunday, Mercury Move of the Day.
Been a while since we've had a Championship Sunday where you've seen that many contenders swing. Yeah. They use that on stage a lot. I swung for it. But this is what you want to see. On the final day, you want to see this kind of stuff happening.
I think it was 5 or 6 of our top 10 started somewhere totally different today. That's very unusual. You know that for sure.
Yes.
Fujita might help.
Maybe no. That one will sure enough help. Not by a lot, though, but he will help. Get rid of that tiny one.
Oh, close.
So close, he wants to put him on a beam. Shows you how important Goya thinks every ounce is here today.
Yes.
Where is
Kind of crazy how little we see a beam nowadays.
Yeah. I talked to John Cruz a little bit about that yesterday, because I know he was around back when the beam was the most common used measuring device in the boat. And he says when it gets in the hundredths, the difference is in the hundreds. But if it's 1/10 difference, he trusts the scale. But if it gets down to 2 fish within the hundredths, then he will put them on the beam.
Back to Welcher with the wind kind of whipping right now.
That one will sure enough help. Not by a lot though, but he will help. Get rid of that tiny one.
12-ouncer headed back into the Sabine River system here. Kyle Welcher gets a small upgrade right there. He's got his limit and going to town with the upgrades. Pat Schlopper with a 3-pound lead ahead of Kyoya Fujita, Cooper Gallant, Kyle Welcher, Taku Ito, and our top 5 right there, and Patrick Walters staying pretty busy on this final championship day. The Progressive Bassmaster Elite Series. This is the MAXAM Tire Sabine River Elite from Orange, Texas. Our live coverage is sponsored by Luz. And we are forging on, getting well, about a half an hour till we hit noon here locally. It's 12:30 Eastern Time. 3:30 Eastern Time is when these anglers check in, and the weigh-in begins. So it's not too early to get that on your mind. Make sure you write that down on your Sunday schedule. 10 angler weigh-ins. It's compact and impactful for sure. Let's get out, not far from our takeoff here in Orange, Texas. Patrick Walters and Taku Ito. Taku's been on a bit of a run here last 40 minutes or so.
Taku is back closer to the ramp. He's held true to his plan every day. He started over in Taylor's and then spend the afternoon closer to takeoff.
Good one. Yes, it's good one. Oh, it's good one. Okay, and purple.
Smallest fish. One of 3, 1.5 pounds. Biggest is a 2.8.
Let's see.
John Cruz probably, or Justin Hamner? John Cruz, I think. Yep.
Davey, Tommy, Dave, you guys were talking about weighing fish versus beaming fish last segment. We were talking during the commercial. Such was saying a lot of these guys who are making these longer runs, these fish are spitting up a lot of stuff, and so you wonder when you weigh them at 8 a.m. if you need to start beaming them because that weight might not be accurate with as much stuff as they're spitting up, and you don't know when they're going to spit it up, if they do it right after the catch or after a long run. Those fish start to weigh much different than maybe what your scale had them at when it's this close.
That's right, Ronnie. When we first went to Hamner this morning, he had to clean out his live well. We caught his first fish. There was a crawfish in there, a bluegill. He was getting some interesting aromatherapy to start his day there.
Kind of like hosting Bass Live on Davey Height's birthday. We weigh a lot different than we started here today.
That's right.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, no. Gift that keeps on giving.
I just don't want us to start spitting stuff up.
So I agree. I've heard anglers talking about opening their live well yesterday afternoon and seeing, Pat Schlopper said that at least a 2 or 3 ounce bluegill, spit up. But the problem is that normally happens on that long, rougher ride.
Yeah,
so when you get back to check-in, you don't have any choices. You got what you got. You can't all of a sudden cull it for one that would have been an ounce heavier. I mean, it is what it is at that point.
So
I went in as a 2-pounder, giving Ito our second best weight on Bass Track today at 9 pounds even. He started 4.7 back in 7th. He's up to 4th place, but he's still 4.10 back of Pat Schlopper.
Really all we're missing at this point when it comes to the delectable treats is some cured or smoked meats, Davey. Really, I'm sure that's coming next.
Hang around.
Smoked sturgeon, maybe?
Oh, wow. Nothing says happy birthday like a little smoked sturgeon.
Exactly. In Russia.
Seems to be a pattern with us this week. I've talked more about smoked sturgeon with you than any other time in my life.
Me too, I guess.
Well, what a view of the way this dirty water is pushing back in now that the tide is coming in more and more. This is right where we saw Coop and Patrick Walters fishing this morning, and there was a lot more clean water than dirty about 4 hours ago.
Yeah, Patrick Walters told us he was going to go and search the elusive clean line. Part of his travel schedule. Back to Cooper Gallant.
He's fishing a frog.
He is spending the rest of his day not going for numbers, just looking for a couple of big ones.
He's our only angler this week who's had 2 bags over 10 pounds. We've only had 14 over 3 days. Out of 254 fishing days, that's only 5%. 10 of them have come from our top 10 anglers, though. Stands to reason.
Makes sense.
That was like Bo knows, except for minus a lot of numbers.
That was
Great
streamlined.
job, Such.
Yeah.
You want some numbers? Got your numbers.
We need to start catching some bass.
Coop also has one of the 7 fish over 4 pounds. or 7 on day 2.
Coop, no stranger to throwing a jig or a frog. I mean, grew up fishing the Trent Severn Waterway, Scugog, Rice Lake, Shamong, Pigeon, all very, very aquatic, rich, you know, a very dense vegetation lakes.
Could have been a gar too, though.
Say the name of the waterway again.
Trent Severn Waterway.
Trent Severn. Where is that?
Northeast of Toronto. So it kind of runs.
Gotta get a bite on one of these deals to get settled down doing it. If this is the deal, I need to know it. Get a bite, get a good quality bite that I know is a bass.
Basically connects a chain of inland lakes all the way. You can travel the lock system all the way through down to Lake Ontario, and obviously take Lake Ontario or the St. Lawrence River all the way out to the ocean if you wanted to go far enough.
Go fishing in Ireland.
Keep in mind too. Get a mackerel.
Well, don't dare stray too far from Taku Ito, who's been had the hot hand really the last hour amongst our 10.
Good one, good one. Yes, sir. Maybe Cole. So. Yes, yes.
Up over 9 pounds. Taku Ito just 2 ounces short of Pat Schlopper's total for the day. Those two have had the best of it on Championship Sunday, but Pat Schlopper had more hay in the barn when we got started first thing this morning. The Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series. If you haven't checked it out, you definitely would find it very, very interesting. I think a great gateway to the sport of tournament bass fishing. Got a big event coming up on Lake 10 Killer May 31st and June 1st, and later in the month of June, guess what? The Bassmaster Elite Series will be at Lake 10 Killer. Newport Bassmaster Kayak Series, check it out. MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River. A couple of hours fishing time left for these anglers. Actually 3 hours fishing time. Let me correct myself there. Also got some travel time to figure in there. It's Championship Sunday, and these are very important hours in the lives of every one of these 10 anglers right here. They're in it to win it. There's no one's planning on trying to finish third or second. Everyone wants to win it if it's at all possible. It's going to be a tough mountain to climb for some, and for others, it's definitely within reach.
Still kind of same old, same old. We're just trying to dial in an area. We're fishing all new stuff. The area we caught some good fishing this morning, a lot of the mud's moved in. I still think you can catch them in it. I don't know if you can catch them as good. It might make it better, but we're giving it a second. We're fishing some clean water. We just need a 3-pounder. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but that's a kicker. I mean, it is what we've needed all week. I mean, I weighed 7 pounds in the first 2 days. Like, 3 pounds is over like almost half your bag. I don't know why that jig's been doing that lately. There we go, sweet. That's what, skipping jig around for a second, about to throw some spinnerbait again. Let's look for a big one. Fished next to Taku for a second, he said he's got them. They're probably biting today for the simple reason of there's less boats. Less people in the water, more areas you can move around, you can fish everything, and mainly less boat traffic. Not everybody's not blowing the banks out and stuff. That's what we need to see if we can.
Hey, Mercer, you and I have had a few cheeseburgers right there on that deck.
Oh, we have.
We got an opportunity. But you just got to catch a good one. We got a solid base.
Like the sign that said, "Do not feed the alligators."
It's a good idea. Patrick Walters started the day in 10th place, fished his way in, last man into this field. Won a tiebreaker with Hunter Schreier to get in here.
Boy, and has he taken advantage of it? He's certainly moved up. We don't know exactly how much because he caught a big one, and typical Patrick Walters kind of didn't let us get a good look at it. But Patrick Walters, like you said, Tommy, squeaking in on 10th place, but all you have to do is be here on Championship Sunday to have a chance to win on Championship Sunday, and he started in a different area than he's been fishing all week, and it has definitely paid off for him. Got his limit pretty quick, and then started catching some big ones to cull up.
Let's go.
Patrick said, I didn't want to have to be nervous and shaking today. I thought I'd come out here and catch 7 pounds and start my ride home, but and he has definitely got a chance to win another blue trophy. He has caught I think he's gotten rid of every bigger fish, and this is the one that we didn't get a close look at. Let's see. It looked like a 4-pounder to me.
That one went in as 212. We didn't really buy that, did we?
It wasn't 212 last year.
All 10 of our guys wondering, where's my 4-pounder for this week? Some of them have already had their 4-pounder, but think of what that would do for the chances. Any of these guys, Patrick said he'd settle for a 3.
I think that
which in his world is a 5.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
You said Patrick knocked Hunter out via tiebreaker. Special shout out to Easton Fothergill, who missed by 3 ounces. I didn't realize this. Had a fish care penalty on day number 1. If not for that, he would have made his 5th consecutive championship Sunday.
Wow.
It's been a while since we visited. Justin Hamner doing a lot of bridge time this week.
All right. We are, man, I cannot get a keeper in the boat. Number 5 is eluding me. I just had him on. Just had another one. They are killing the spinnerbait on these bridges. Probably what I'm going to do the rest of the day. It's just going through so many little ones. There's got to be bigger ones mixed in. You got all this current coming through here. They're just setting up on these pylons. Hey! Watch out! What is that for? Is that for us? I'm scared.
The BFA has escaped. It's gone out on the highway.
I don't know what's happening. Where was that even coming from?
I think it was wasn't it? Little fish alert. LFA.
Catch another one, Pat. Let's see if it happens again.
Yeah. See if they're watching Bassmaster live.
Thought we had Such on site all of a sudden.
Is it like lunchtime special or something over there? I have no idea.
This is our 6th appearance in Orange, Texas, Sabine River. I cannot remember so many bridges being fished.
No, that usually is not a deal here, is it?
We've seen it all 4 days. It's not just been Justin Handler.
No.
Been quite a few.
Why do you think?
I think there's a bait fish spawn shad. I mean, sure, there's lots of different variety of bait fish here from the ocean and the fresh and saltwater type bait fish. But I think that's been a factor. Maybe, and they love to spawn around these pylons and that sort of thing. And with the anglers throwing spinner baits that are up in the water column instead of like crankbaits and stuff there, that they seem to be trying to target these fish in the upper part of the water column.
Every bridge we fish, get bit like immediately. How y'all doing?
He agrees.
A bunch of little ones. Do y'all want to be on TV? You are right now.
What's up, fam?
Yeah. Yep, it's the Bassmasters. No, your dad ain't pretty enough.
Dave, I'm starting to get a complex. Like every angler we go to, they're around land. I can say I've eaten a cheeseburger there too.
Hey, wait a minute.
Or maybe it was fried chicken at that place. I don't remember.
Well, we didn't tell you, but this is all a celebration of the impact you've had in the industry.
It's all been scripted out and
I'll never live to
a
be
million times.
I'll never live to be
60
61 at as many cheeseburgers and fried chicken places as I've eaten at.
This is blowout day, though. We'll get it all done. Who's going to get it done at the end of the day? We haven't decided on that yet. Got a lot of action to happen between now and then. Just having a great time right here in Orange, Texas. This is where you hit Texas when you're headed west from the state of Louisiana for the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. Great to have you with us on this day. Had a great 3 hours this morning over on FS1. And the man of the hour is Pat Schlopper, and it has been ever since the first day of this tournament, trying to win this thing, win to win. The history of the Bassmasters has got so many examples of people who've won the national championship, the Bass Nation National Championship, and gone on to do great things. Pat is definitely one of those guys. He won it on the Tennessee River, very different looking river back in 2020 at Pickwick Lake. And, man, he's standing in line to be the next one to become a big winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, making it here the way he made it through here, through the nation, is not an easy way. You have to qualify ahead of and then win the championship of thousands and thousands of people. So certainly he earned his way to be here. But Dave, I think you really hit the nail on the head talking about he really just now seems to have the confidence in his abilities, had some things happen in his life that he is really clicking on all cylinders now.
Yeah, it's not easy on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and I told the story about Jason Christie saying to him, how he felt like, I don't even know if I belong. And just hearing somebody like Jason Christie say that to Pat Schlopper made him feel like, hey, what I'm feeling isn't any different than anybody else. He has overcome a lot in the last year. We've talked about how he lost his brother. But trust me, Pat Schlopper is meant to be here. Pat Schlopper, no matter what way this works out, he is meant to be here. He didn't just qualify through the Bass Nation. If you remember, in that same year, he did something that is very rare. He qualified through the Bass Nation by being the Bass Nation National Champion, but also in that same year doubled down and qualified through the Bassmaster Opens.
That's strong, very, very strong. And you say his reputation in the part of the world he comes from is impeccable, above board.
Yeah, they were happy he went to the Elite Series. Get him out of Wisconsin. He's taking enough money.
Well, all right, well, let's take a moment here. It'd be a good chance to catch up on what has gone down on this championship Sunday here. Let's take a look at it and go out on the water to show you the big catches of the day on our Lose Midday Report.
Yeah, let's check out the Lose Midday Report. And Taku says, don't give him a blue trophy quite yet. This thing isn't over. Taku went over to Taylor's this morning like he has done every day of this event. It's been very crowded. We had a camera with him, and you could just see up and down the same banks that he was fishing. There would be 2, 3, even 4 boats. Other elite competitors fishing the same stretches. Taku went over there this morning and said, it's easy fishing. I don't have any other competitors. And he did take advantage of it. Taku currently unofficially all the way up to 4th place. He has moved closer to take off and cull a couple times over here. You see those transmission lines. You know he's not far from where we are right here in Orange, Texas. We saw Cooper Gallant and Patrick Walters catch some fish in there this morning. Taku taking advantage of it in the afternoon and actually catching some bigger ones than they caught this morning, anchored by this one right here. Really, best part of his day is probably about 11 o'clock today.
Yeah. 9 pounds and 1 ounce. He's, if this were a one-day tournament, he'd just be 2 ounces behind our leader, Pat Schlopper. But he had to spot him quite a few ounces to start this day. Let's get out to Kyle Welcher. Big day on day number 3, double-digit, over 11 pounds, as a matter of fact, to make it into this top 10. And that put everyone on alert.
It did. You have to be on alert when Kyle Welcher makes a move like he did on day 3. He said, I've figured something out a little bit different, and he had to fish to prove it yesterday, and he's done well today. If you notice the fish that we've seen him catch today, and maybe not that one right there, but the majority of them have been that better class of fish, that 1.5 pound, 2 pound, maybe a little over, and that's why Kyle Welcher has moved up to 3rd place unofficially.
Kyoya Fujita has won on a Sabine River impoundment known as Toledo Bend. He did that last year. He's looking to make it 2 blue trophies from this watershed right here.
I have to be honest with you. I'm so impressed watching Kyoya Fujita this week. Last week, I guess I should have been more impressed. He caught over 30 pounds the first 3 days, made it look somewhat easy. But here I did not expect to see him. He's using spinning tackle here, but most of this tournament we've seen him with bait caster equipment in his hand, like you see right there, picking apart shallow water vegetation, not using his forward-facing sonar, or certainly not using it very much here this week. And he's shown me and a lot of other people that he can do more than one thing. He's a great angler, and we had to know that. He had accomplished way too much before he joined the Bassmaster Elite Series. But another great week in Texas for Kyoya.
And there he is trying to win it wire to wire. Elva, Wisconsin's Pat Schlopper. What a great story, and what a big day this could be for him.
Yeah, I'll have to admit, early on in this tournament, Pat took the lead on day 1. You had to get everyone's attention. He had one over 4 pounds. And then I talked to him, and then we had a camera with him on day 2, and you saw what he had done to catch those fish on day 1, and you just had to think, man, that's probably not going to hold up. But that wasn't the only trick in his bag. He had a lot of other things going on, and this morning he made a long run and started out with a buzz bait, and man, did he make the right decision. We had about half of our top 10 go try something totally different today. Pat was one of them, and man, did it pay off in a hurry. He got 4 of the right ones. He said, I'll be glad to weigh any of those 4 in. I would like to get rid of one more small one. He still has that fish in his live well. But unofficially, he is in the lead.
Absolutely, up until recently, the tune of 3 pounds, but there are other anglers out there working as hard as they can to keep pace with him, and if they can possibly find a way, get right up there with him. Make it come down to a matter of ounces. I don't put that out of the realm of possibility for today.
Remember, Schlopper had a key big bite yesterday afternoon. It was starting to slip away from him. Got that big bite yesterday afternoon, and that retained his lead for the third day.
I'm glad you reminded me of that because he was borderline not making top 10 until he got that bite yesterday afternoon. What a difference one bite makes here.
Well, yeah, that was a bombshell.
It was a good one, and he didn't have his limit, so it all went to the bottom line, and he needed every bit of it.
Told his cameraman, just put it in as a big one. It went in like a 250. I think it was considerably more than that.
Yeah. Watching him on day 2, I didn't think there would be any way that he could be in the lead on Championship Sunday and not even go back to where he caught all his fish on day 1 and most of them on day 2. But he hasn't even been there today.
No. We saw him there for a little while. He did run there.
Okay.
He did. During the halftime show, he looked like he poked his nose up there, but wasn't there for long.
I think I was eating birthday cake or something. I missed that.
Probably
Sorry.
another cheeseburger by the sounds of things.
Was anyone else there?
No.
No. Okay. Korea Fujita.
Yes! Yeah!
Whoa.
Yes! Yes! 2-pounder! Yes! Oh my gosh. Yes, 2-pounder. 2-5. Yes! Oh.
That shows you the size of these fish. He's just as excited about that fish as he was a 9-pounder a week ago.
That's a big fish, so many ways.
Yes.
I mean, I feel
Playing
good
through
about
a little
that
bit
bite.
ago.
I just need to get another one. Just don't let, we can't go forever without another bite. I probably need to mix that popper in too. Old Faithful. And this open water stuff. That's what I'm saying. Uh-oh. We finna do something now. Look at there. How fast can things turn around? Maybe this is the zone. Four. Hey, we're awake now. Look at here. Look at here. Mm-hmm. 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 Yep. That's it right there. All right. Okay. Maybe. I don't know. We'll take it.
Interesting developments in the last few minutes here. Let's go over to John Cruz. John need to put some more in the boat. Make them big and make them fast.
Had the biggest fish in the tournament at 414 and 257 late in the day on day 2. The biggest bass.
John Cruz, our longest standing member for the Bassmaster Elite Series in our top 10 today. He's been here every year. Going on 20 of them right now. What a splendid, splendid record he has here on the Sabine River, the Gulf Coast area. I think Ronnie Moore is standing by at the screen of knowledge. I think he can give us some more on John Cruz. Something that might be useful to know.
If we gave you 3 or 4 more minutes, Tommy, you would have probably given all the stats away anyway. So I'm glad you guys brought it over here to the Humminbird Screen of Knowledge to talk about just such a solid reputation for these two anglers. Smaller sample sizes for each of them, but for John Cruz and Kyle Welcher at the Sabine, it's hard to get better than they currently have, even with it not being a home fishery. We think about home guys. Cliff Prince has had such a good track record at the St. John's. Lee Livesey, for the most part, had such a great record at Lake Fork. But John Cruz, in the past, since the first time we came here, he got 26th and then a 6th and a 6th, 28th, 18th last time, and started today in 5th place. Meanwhile, Welcher, a much smaller sample size, only the 2021, 23, and 25 events, but an 8th, 7th, and 4th coming into the final day. One other thing to note, we mentioned day one that none of the previous winners at this event have been worse than 12th after day one of competition. 12th was the floor for where you had to be to win an event. We've got 4 or 5, maybe 6 anglers that started below that mark this week. Kyoya Fujita 18th. You had Welcher in the 40s. John Cruz was in the 70s. Patrick Walters was down, I believe, in the 20s as well. So we have a couple guys with their name in the hat other than Pat Schlopper and Taku Ito and Stetson Blaylock who have been in the top 3 all week. So a couple guys maybe going to make history today.
Good stuff, Ronnie. Thank you so much. Facts that make us all the more interested in what's about to come. What is going to happen here in the last 2+ hours here on the Sabine River? All sorts of environments here. Very interesting place to look at what places hold fish and what places do not. It's hard to figure out, but these guys have done a fantastic job of it at the MAXAM Tire. Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. Pat Schlopper and Kyoya Fujita, big one he caught just in the last 15 minutes here, has cut considerably into Pat Schlopper's lead here. My gosh, a year ago, maybe 2 months earlier in 2024, these two headed out on the Sabine River impoundment, Toledo Bend, on the final day, Championship Sunday, locked in a battle at the top of that leaderboard. I gotta say, that's an awful coincidence. Something else, but we gotta have it. For now, it's all about Pat.
It is such a coincidence to see these two top of the leaderboard, but Marathon Peak Performance, the guy that has been on top all week here this week, Kyoya has been close by, but Pat Schlopper has kept the lead all week long. Started out with a great day one, 11 pounds, 2 ounces, had a 4+ pound kicker, but he's had a great day today. Also went somewhere different, started throwing a buzz bait, started catching them early and often, filled out his limit at 9:30 a.m. with 9 pounds, 3 ounces. Marathon Peak Performance, Pat Schlopper. Great start. Man, every morning these anglers, even him leading wire to wire, could it all come together for him, but he was nervous every single morning at the boat dock, not knowing if he would even catch a bass.
I remember at Toledo Bend, Schlopper saying how he was happy that he was battling Kyoya, because in his opinion, Kyoya was one of the best at that technique, and he believes if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. How tides have changed. A year later, Kyoya is now trying to be one of the best river anglers at his game.
I don't think you could write up something. It wouldn't occur to you to write up something like that.
Didn't even occur to me till it came out of my mouth, Tommy.
That's say hello to everything I say.
I was going to say that happens to me a lot.
And there's Kyoya putting together a day. Unexpected places, expanding what he's been fishing. This looks familiar, though.
Yes. Fish this every day. I can't help but think about the 2-pounder he lost behind that boat dock right now. Would put him extremely close to Pat Schlopper, unofficially.
right there, basically.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think Red Wing Blackbird Church is let out yet. The choir is still going hard.
It's nice to hear.
Yeah.
And Schlapper's other top four finish at Seminole. Joyce Fuentes blew that one away. Koya was second.
so wild how you get anglers that seem to battle it out a bunch in different fisheries.
Yeah.
It just seems there's certain anglers that just always, and sometimes it's only for a season, but they're just, when one's in the mix, so is the other.
It feels so much better under here. Yeah, Henry said he stayed under here yesterday for 4 hours. Where's that?
Another good one.
I'm gonna be close. Short and fat. Pickles. How about that?
Another upgrade for Patrick Walters.
How about that? Little ones, we'll take it.
Gets him up to 7 pounds. Blaylock just caught a good one. Oh, about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Just keep
Said he was going to get
keep
that
getting
out.
a bite here and a bite there. When it's over with, we'll go, well, that was fun. Well, this is a backwater area that I've caught them in the past, and I came in here and I fished a good bit of it with no success, and got down and got my booyah popping frog out. And I've thrown it quite a bit with no bites, but all of a sudden I got 3 bites actually. I had my 5th keeper on. The tide's coming in. This has all been flooded earlier in the week, and it's starting to clear up and clean up. Everything's right. It's starting to come down out of the woods. Still a little bit in the woods, but not bad. So I'm just trying to get a bite from these fresh ones that are settling back down, getting back into the, the main creek itself. And of course I'm up in this is kind of a little oxbow. This isn't just flooded woods. This is actually a place where they would go anyway. Just trying to locate that key big one. I mean, we got 4 fish. One more would give us that limit that has been hard to come by this week. I feel like I've had 2 keepers on. I had one get off earlier, and then I just had that one on the frog hung up on a dang stump or a stick. My hook stuck in the stick and he got off, but I feel like we need to get back to the main deal though.
So that's Blaylock. Not leaving anything on the table today. He's going to give a try out to just about any promising place he can think of. Talking about some history here. He's fishing a little bit of that at this point right now. That's a food truck row here at this great celebration. Called the Bassmaster Elite in Orange, Texas on the Sabine River. MAXAM Tire. Be right back.
This year at the Sabine River, I've had some pretty good luck here. I've done well here a number of times. I think I have fished in different areas every single time that we've come here. And it's just one of those things to where it's never the same. Water levels are different. You know, floods have happened in different basins and not in others. I don't know how to explain it, but that's how it's worked out for me.
Man, from the state of Virginia, lots of tidewater situations there. John Cruz has learned his fishing trade there and many other places. He's done tidewater on the Pacific and now on the Gulf. Got great results to show from all of those places. Boat of John Cruz, Taku Ito.
Tell me something good, Taku. Tell me something good.
What do you mean?
Tell me something.
Tell me something.
You do good?
Tell me something. What do you mean tell me something?
Tell me something good. I want to hear it. Do you have good fish?
9.
That's
you good?
No, I got shit.
1?
Doo-doo. Poo-poo. One fish.
One fish?
One fish.
You catch 5. You have 5.
Not yet.
I mean, this is almost the exact same area where Coop and Patrick Walters were talking this morning. It's all about angler communication and understand if you've been in the area and how many, all that stuff.
Let's go back over here by this ramp.
Hollering, still the most common form of boat-to-boat communication on the Bassmaster Elites here.
They proved that there is multiple words for one word there. Taco's still looking back like, what did he say?
Yeah.
Because his English is so good on stage, you forget. I mean, he's translating everything. Got me in trouble the other day when I said he wanted to be a bee fighter, but it actually is a bee hunter. He wanted to be a killer bee hunter. If you didn't do this, he would be a killer bee hunter. But when we asked him on the water, he totally denied ever having interest in it because he just didn't realize what I was talking about by bee fighter. Killer bee's a big problem in Japan, and he was going to deal with them.
Been a while since we checked in with David Mullins. But he has put a few in the boat.
Spending a lot of time around the bridge today.
I know, right? There's one of them. Get in here. That's a color. There's one. Pretty sure he's 15 inches. Stay down. He's on yellow. Watch your foot there. Just a second. it's blue. I have one that's not on the ring.
Put David Mullins up to just under 6.5 pounds there for today.
Was that his fifth fish or his sixth, and he was culling?
I think it was sixth. I think it was sixth fish.
I don't know why I have this feeling, but I just feel like Pat Schlopper's going to be threatened here, but he's not going to go down without swinging this afternoon. He's too good at this. He's been too silent for too long.
And it's not because he's taking a break.
Not good.
Working.
I haven't had a bite for a long time, and I'm really surprised, honestly. Like I mean, this was kind of the second part of my plan, and it's just not panning out. I mean, I haven't had a bite doing this, so we're gonna fish this little stretch here, and then we're gonna go down to where we started, and I'm gonna try swim jigging in that same area and maybe flipping around in there. And I don't know, maybe there's some left, but as of now, it ain't been good. So I don't know. I don't feel good about the day, that's for sure. Feel good about the morning, but the rest of it, not good. So hoping the other guys are struggling too. It's the only chance I got. I really don't know. I mean, I fished some new water today. I'm just trying to fish the stretches I feel best about. I'm really surprised. There's a bite, but he ain't gonna do nothing. I know. That's why we're here. That's why we're here.
Got to be a pound 2 or better in order to help Pat.
He hasn't had a keeper for 3 hours, but yesterday he caught that 3.5 a little bit after 1 o'clock. So there was a bite window that a lot of guys popped up on Bass Track. Caught some fish around this time.
Dude, that sumbitch ate it right here. That's why they call it the magic worm, baby. We just had some magic happen. Unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. That fish followed out that magic worm, followed it out all the way to the boat. I dropped it, he missed it. And then I swung, and then I dropped it again, he got it again, and I got him. That's awesome. I mean, he's not a giant, but that was really, really freaking cool. I don't care what anybody says. I'll weigh him just because I don't care. Thank you, buddy. Pound and a halfer. Exactly.
Fish number 2 for John Cruz right there. That white Pat Schlopper, his first keeper in about 3 hours. Let's get back over to 24 Classic champ Justin Hamner. Northport, Alabama, the pride of Northport, Alabama, to be sure. Known far and wide. One of his followers right there.
Friendly little fella.
I think he likes the company.
Good to see him getting along with the little creature. I mean, he's had trouble with geese. He's had trouble with cows.
Yeah.
Figured out what that siren was. It was the Kai Bayou swing bridge that he was near, and they were setting the alarm that they're going to spin it around.
I thought it was those kids on the deck there that were sort of just pranking him a little bit or something. All right, hang on. Justin Hamner. Much needed keeper right there. Also been a long time since his last one, so those who wait are finally getting some action. You're about 2 hours away from check-in time. Pat Schlopper still in the lead, but his lead has been cut in half by Kyoya Fujita in that last really good one that Kyoya caught in the last 20 minutes. Cooper Gallant still in third, followed by Welcher, Ito, and David Mullins moving ahead of Patrick Walters at this time.
You got it. Again. Good one, good one, good one, good one, good one, good one. Yes, sir. Wow. I like high tide water, so it's similar to Japan. I like this river a lot. Sabine River always good. Oh yes, cold, safe. Got it.
Taku Ito in his 6th year of the Bassmaster Elite Series, got 2 wins, one of them big smallmouth up at the St. Lawrence and one at smaller largemouth at Smith Lake last year. And he was 3rd right here back in 2021, his rookie year.
What's wild is how he says this keeps reminding of Japan. And when you think of what he's known for here in America, it's nothing like this, which shows just how much he's learned and how far he's come to chase this dream.
Good. Okay, yes. Ita. Ita. Ah. I don't know. I will check all fish. Okay.黄色が今釣ったやつでしょ。だから黄色、青、3
my God. Oh, there's a big one on it. You couldn't catch up to it in time. It's a good sign though. We're back around some fish. I'm probably gonna put that chatterbait right back down because I think I was just reeling it too quick. Started going to a new donut shop this morning instead of the one we've been going to.
Yeah.
It's been pretty dang lucky. And the donuts is good. That doesn't hurt as well. They're really good. Kolaches are good. I'm just getting so much grass on my freaking spinnerbait.
I was going to say Cooper got off to a good start this morning. Looked like he had certainly made the right moves, but been slow since he got back up to where he's fished the other 3 days.
It sounded like wind chop.
His last catch about 40 minutes ago. Last keeper catch for Cooper.
And he talked. I mean, he didn't go there for numbers. He went there to try and get a few of those bigger bites. I always find it amazing in these events as it gets down to this time. You always look at moments like that, and it's
There's like 3 of them.
The move is judged by the result. If Cooper sits up there and doesn't cull or catch a few bigger ones, you're like, well, maybe he should have stayed. But if he goes there and hammers a few big ones at the end, then what a genius.
That's right. I think it's the right decision either way, but you're right. Most people will judge it on the success.
Magnum. Magnum. Catch a fish again.
There they are, 1 and 2 separated by it's just under a couple of pounds. Unofficially, we've had some weights that have strayed a little bit from what was actually reported first.
I don't know if these two anglers would say this to us, but I feel like they both think they are one good fish away from having a good chance to win this tournament. I think Goy is thinking that right now, and Pat also. And it could be true, certainly with Pat. Looks like, you know, if it's not 2 pounds, it's a solid lead. But I think Goy is thinking, that last good fish he caught, he seemed very excited.
Yeah. It was a good one, 2.5.
I can't get over the intestinal fortitude it takes to do what Kyoy has done, not just technique-wise, but to recover from an event where literally it wasn't just to win the event. It was to win his 3rd event in as many years. It was to set an all-time record. Everything that was around him, to have the horrific day that he ended up having on that final day, and to recover and to fish totally different here this week and to be in the exact same position as he was this time last week.
Yeah, that didn't happen back in Florida. That was last week. That you're right. That's incredible. That's some resilience there.
Do you think part of his recovery was he slept 30 minutes longer than anyone else in his field because he didn't show up to take off until 10 seconds before he was supposed to leave?
Here's the weird thing about him. He doesn't sleep longer. I've stayed across from him in different hotels, and I've watched him. He's out in his boat at like 4:30 in the morning messing with stuff. The media team believes that it is all part of his ruse to hide his baits from us and everything. I mean, he doesn't want to deal with that stuff.
Be accessible.
He wants to slide in and take titles from good, hard-working people like Pat Schlopper, but I see some of Pat's family here right now, and they're hoping that does not happen.
Coming down. Well, it's all going to come to its final conclusion before you know it. 1.5 hours officially is check-in time. 1.5 hours from now, the weigh-in after that. Pat Schlopper on top by 1 pound and 13 ounces over Kyoya Fujita. Taku Ito. Big move during the course of today. Absolutely getting down to the critical hours in our MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. It's always a big celebration here at this special place on the Gulf Coast. We never get to fish in an environment like this. It is unique. It is very, very different and a perfect place to challenge the best in the world, the best professional bass anglers in the world. Everyone getting all their business taken care of as they get ready to set up for the weigh-in, which is just an hour and a half away, Davey Height. And I tell you what, it's starting to get very, very. It's crunch time.
Yeah. Well, it's crunch time in the fishing. You can definitely see Pat Schlopper has got a lead. He's had it since day one, but things are tightening up. I think Patrick Walters is much closer to him than what we're seeing on Bass Track, and obviously Kyoya Fujita being right there, one fish away from having a chance to steal the victory from his Texas competitor, Pat Schlopper.
It's always a two-sided coin. We want it to come down to but we don't want to tie.
No,
right?
We don't.
That's the main thing right there. Well, we will just go through the next hour and a half and just see how it happens here. We get ready for a special feature right now. It's a Yamaha on the line. And as we did yesterday, I don't know how he's going to top yesterday's appearance there, Davey Hyde, on the Ferris wheel in the carnival that's here. But Kyle Jesse on the line. Kyle, can you hear? Where are you now? What particular spot have you picked out today? Oh, that looks a little more conventional. You're right behind us.
Tommy, we took the lazy approach today. We went all out yesterday with the Ferris wheel. Unfortunately, they told us we did some serious mechanical damage to the Ferris wheel after they stuffed all of us in there. So we took the lazy approach, and we're right behind you.
Yeah. Hey, Kyle. All right. Here, question number one. I mean, we got an hour and a half time left. I know you stay busy crunching a lot of the numbers, things that have happened so far in the first 3 days. What's capable of that? There's a lot can go on in an hour and a half here, right?
There's no question, Tommy. I mean, you look at what Kyoya is at right now, and he certainly has a chance to make a run. I mean, we just saw them both at 2.5 pounder just a little bit ago, and throughout the first 3 days, we've seen when he gets a couple bites, gets in the right area. Alex Wetherell this morning was on the live cast. He told me about that area is kind of the same general place that he caught him 2 years ago, and he said the same thing. When you get in the right little stretch, it can happen fast. So Kyoya, far from over right now. He's got more than a great chance to come back and win this thing.
So, Kyle, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the week, but I want to hear your thoughts again. It's day 4. You've had the experience of a tournament here on the Sabine River, Orange, Texas. What are your thoughts about coming to a venue like this that it's not going to be 8 and 10 pounders being weighed in, but it is a tournament that we've heard so many anglers say, I grew up fishing like this. This is what I like to do. Tell me your thoughts about that and what you've seen this week.
Everything about this place is awesome. So, I mean, just being right here in the venue, like everything about the city of Orange and how much they love bass is awesome. But the fishing itself is fantastic to watch. We don't get a ton of, bank beating, river grinder style events. But when you come to Orange, Texas, the anglers are going to be challenged. And I think that resonates with a lot of the fans. I mean, not everybody gets to fish Lake Fork. That's not everyone's home lake. A lot of people fish bodies of water very similar to the Sabine River. And for me as a fan, I really enjoy watching it. Growing up in Arkansas, fishing the Arkansas River, fishing shallow, dirty water, this is right up my alley. So like I said, myself, personally, and I'm sure a lot of the fans resonate with this place.
Well, thank you so much, Kyle, Jesse. That's our On the Line, our Yamaha On the Line with Kyle today, always with a great perspective and a good point there. This is an angling challenge. People who love a challenge's dream, and it's a river rat's dream. This place right here. All these people who really work hard to get their bass are strengthened by watching this show.
They are, and to be honest with you, right here's a prime example. I never knew Koya Fujita was this gifted of a, I guess, rat, river rat, bank beater, whatever you want to call it. But hey, he does not have to just be out in the abyss looking at his screen. He has proven that here this week.
Very, very impressive. Third-year angler on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And as we say, he has won here. Toledo Bend, an impoundment upstream, many miles.
This is where he lost the fish this morning. We have a different boat parked there, and it gives him a little more room to fish behind it. It'd be great if he'd give him another chance.
There we go.
It was a good one that he lost there this morning.
Yes.
Maybe it helps him.
Yes.
Yes. 1.5. Yes.
Got to help him a little bit, that one right there. Matter of ounces, but every ounce so important. Becomes more and more important with each passing minute. It looks like Pat just swung on one there too a minute ago. Might have.
I don't know if he's going to have it, but I think in his mind he believes he has to replace that one real small fish. His other 4 solid fish. You don't think Koya thinks an ounce is going to matter today? Look at the time he spent with that cull. Weighed them, balance beamed them.
Yes, good car.
This looks like the same stretch that he caught that good one yesterday around the same time, around 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
It was his 5th keeper and his biggest fish of the day.
It's tough. I mean, I don't know what's going on. There's less people up here. I'm just surprised that we haven't got one good bite. Because every other day we've been able to get a few nice bites in the afternoon just covering water like I am, and I really don't know why. I mean, it's a little windy, but it's been windy every other day, so I don't know. It's got me worried, I know that. I was in such a good position this morning, and then just to not capitalize on that is gonna kill me.
Well, very, very important. Hour and change coming up for Pat Schlopper. And we're going to keep our eye on him. Don't worry about that. We are rolling tape on everything that happens. Actually, with all of our 10 anglers as it stands right now, we want to take a moment for some very important time to recognize the people with vision, people who make things happen. And what the story of this place, the 6th time we have been here, is the result of a great imagining and a great practical putting things on the ground, putting boots on the ground, and getting it done. And we got a special guest here. Davey, I wish you'd introduce us.
Yeah, absolutely. Judge John Gauthier. Glad to have you with us. You know, I've been here for every event here in Orange, Texas. The first few of those, I was a competitor and got to know you and David Jones. We had David here on set. I guess it was Thursday or Friday, and he was a big part of it. Certainly you and him, kind of the two that got to know Jerry McInnes and bring the tournament here. You've had a lot to do with how this venue has progressed and the pavilion added and all those things. Tell us about how things have all evolved to have our biggest event on the Elite Series, participation-wise, and one that I know a lot of people are just like me, love to come to Orange, Texas because of this event.
Well, and we certainly love having y'all here. I mean, it was a dream that we actually got to make come true, honestly. And I grew up fishing this water. This is where I was at my whole young childhood, and I live on the water now. And it was just one of the things we always wanted to do to showcase what we have down here. And and through a good buddy, you mentioned David Jones, and he had a good buddy who knew Jerry McInnes, and we got to talking one day and just said, hey, look, and I'd been to a lot of tournaments. I'm a fishing nut, and I said, we got talking about bring us a tournament. Let us have an opportunity for something. And basically what it amounted to, I said, I've been to this, and y'all have done carnivals, and you may go to a tournament, it may have a music event. You may go to another one and it has something else. And we told Jerry, look, you let us have a tournament, any tournament. I'm going to do it all. We're going to put it all on. And that's what we did. And we rounded up a ton of volunteers. We got our chamber on board, and which was a tough sell to tell them that we needed to be able to put something on this, but they didn't believe it. We didn't believe it was going to be the size that it is today. But it turned out to be fantastic, and we've just continued to grow it.
So what do you see? I mean, because it seems like every time we come back, you've built something to make this venue even bigger and better. Do you have plans for, let's say, the next step, the next phase of what you might be able to do if we're able to come back?
Well, yeah, and certainly we want y'all back every time we can get you, because we think it's great. We think our relationship that we've built with Bass over the years and with you guys has been really, really beneficial for all of us. And, and so our commitment is that we're going to keep improving it so that whenever y'all come here, y'all are going to have a great experience. We know the fishing stuff. I mean, it is, but somebody's going to win, and the best of the best is going to show up and figure this river system out. And so we were, every time we come out, when we did our very first event, I think people can see the pavilion in the background, we rented a stage to have something on it. And it was a little bitty stage, and then it's, because we had to prove that we can get people here that this will be successful. And if we can prove it, and we'll be able to get something built, and then every year we did it, every year it got bigger. And then the city and the county decided we're going to fund some money. And then here we are, and we just keep adding every year.
Well, we thank you so much for the relationship, and you're a fisherman at heart, and you understand that this is a grinder type tournament, but it's a real fishing experience for so many people in the country.
It is, and I was watching them with the balance beam a while ago. I mean, we grew up, that's what we used all the time was the balance beam, because the fish are so close. But you can come here and you can catch a 5-pounder and a 6-pounder and change your whole day in a matter of seconds, and that's what makes this place pretty unique.
Judge Gauthier, all your great work is not going to get you off the hook for this one. Who's going to win this tournament right here?
Well, I think that the two top guys now, I have trouble with their names, but Schlopper and then the Japanese guy, Koya.
Fujita.
I think that it's going to be close when they get to here. They kind of hold back some stuff, but I think it's going to be between them two guys, unless one of these others, like I said, at any cast you can catch a 6-pounder here. And then that changes everything on the leaderboard. Somebody could come out of the bottom of this thing and still win it, and then that's what makes it so interesting to us. And we love it because we want to see how can they catch them here that we didn't. And they have proved it many times. We've learned a lot of stuff over the 6 tournaments that they've had here, and you know, and how we fish that we thought was the normal way to do it, and they come here and prove something can be done a different way.
I hope you're not too busy, Judge. You can't take some time and watch the weigh-in. It won't last long. There's just 10 anglers left on today.
Oh, yeah, we don't miss the weigh-ins, and we're excited to be here. But again, thank y'all so much.
Thank you so much.
This is fantastic, and it's been great for Orange, my chamber guys, and David, and all the people that helped make me get to be, you know, help me be able to do this and be able to have something here like the Bassmaster. And
Thank
we
you
love
so
it.
much.
Judge John Gauthier. Appreciate it so much, everything you do, and I hope you realize how much the anglers love these crowds here. I bet you do realize that.
We do.
Well, we got a lot of business to take care of in a increasingly shorter time to do it, decreasingly shorter time to do it. So stick with us. We'll come back, get right back out on the water, and see what's happening on the leaderboard. The MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite on the Sabine River. Fantastic host community, Orange, Texas, is sponsored by Toyota, by Nitro Boats, by Dakota Lithium, and by Humminbird. Just about ready to launch into the last half hour of our Bassmaster Live presentation for today. Championship Sunday. The big day, the ultimate day of this 4-day tournament here. We started out with 102 anglers. We're down to 10 on this day. And one of the best days of all has been enjoyed, at least today, by Takumi Ito. Just ounces away from double digits, and that means you're doing big things out here.
Kind of lost track. He's caught a lot of keepers today.
Yeah, it's a
10 or 12?
Way more than anyone else. 10. Yeah. The only one who's caught more is Patrick Walters with 11.
You on that fish?
Stetson Blaylock.
That'll call that one that's just barely. I think. He swirled it before he got it. I think that's a for sure keeper. Oh yeah, he's almost 13. Man, we turned the day around. I mean, heck, it was looking pretty bad there for a while. I don't know. I just keep thinking maybe one of these is going to be a great big one, and it could very well be any time. I think we just got to keep at it at this point, and hopefully the big one will get it. I mean, that's 4 frog bites we've had, 5.
Stetson just about at 7 pounds right there. Needs a couple of big ones to show up. But what do we got here?
Wow.
Oh, well.
Pig suey.
Why? Why the pig, right?
Whoa, pig. Looks like somebody's headed back to Arkansas.
He is. He's moving on. He's got a stroke now.
He's swimming straight north.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, didn't mess around in there at the place with alligators. Alligators love bacon.
Is that who, Mercer?
Bowman.
No. That's why he's swimming fast. He's trying to catch up with him. Wow. I bet a gator would take advantage of that opportunity if he was around.
That is a roll of the dice for the pig there to take on that trip.
Wow. We've
Might
done
be
a lot
why
of eating here. Who doesn't like bacon?
Yeah. Might be why he had it in 5th gear going across there. Wow.
Back to Kyoyo. That last fish helped him some to the tune of 3 ounces. He's now just a pound 10 ounces back of Pat Schlopper.
So we
We may have seen him fish more visible structure this week than we've seen in his entire Elite Series career, like above the water visible structure.
So we still have fishing time left. But this is the first tournament in a long time. I don't remember seeing an angler with one hand on the hip and holding a rod with a bait out of the water.
Oh my gosh.
I've not seen it a single time this week.
Nice.
I didn't have to sing I'm a Little Teapot once this weekend. Told you we've teleported back to 1998.
Kyoyo Fujita slowly, steadily trying to run down and overtake our leader for 3 days and 6 hours, Pat Schlopper. Oh, it's just getting closer and closer. Looking like a tight finish coming up if I miss my guess. Well, big part of the story. In fact, we had him playing through for you there through the commercial break is Kyoyo Fujita. About a pound and 10 ounces unofficially behind our leader, Pat Schlopper, trying to win this thing wire to wire. Kyoyo Fujita trying to come back from a crushing loss after taking the lead into the final day last week at Lake Fork.
Got a little run in about less than an hour until check-in time, so not a lot more fishing time for Kyoyo.
How long's his run?
30 minutes. It's been a few years since I did it, I'll be honest with you, Dave. And then the last event, and when I say a few years, it's been since I fished, but I fished the Taylor's Hildebrand area my first trip here to the Sabine, and then the next event I fished the Neches River. So it's been, I guess, 2013 since I made that run. Gosh, that's back when I was in my 40s.
Don't say that to yourself too many times. Those phrases don't help.
Yeah.
Water on the rise here, and will be till about 6 o'clock this evening. That's where we stand in the tide. I guess the different stages of it, different reaches of the waterway here, but
Yeah, it's always a tough event here as far as the ability to catch big fish, but the numbers always seem to be here, or certainly have the last few trips. But honestly, you couldn't have. I mean, we had great weather during the event, but all the rain north of here coming into it, and then just the tide, the way the tide happened to be this week, did not help things at all. And today you could see the water was finally dropping, and the tide, the time of the day that the tide was low, which was closer to take off than any time this week. I mean, it was some things that no one could control that made this tournament even more difficult than it should have been.
Let's get back out to Stetson Blaylock. Caught one just over a pound 15 minutes ago.
Trying to keep my thoughts out of it. I mean, we're running out of time, and I know I'm one, 4 or 5 pounder away from having a pretty good day. Same as the last 2 days. I mean, when it's this tight, you just got to get one good bite, and I just have not been able to get it the last few days. But all in all, I mean, top 10's a top 10, so you've caught more than a whole lot of guys to get where you're at. I'm happy with it because I was kind of kicking myself after about 9:30, 10 o'clock for not just going where I've been fishing. And that after weigh-in, I may kick myself again for about 5 minutes, but sometimes you have to take a risk and a gamble to try to land on something bigger and better. Maybe this isn't the place to do that on as per se like some other lakes, but I just felt like I had kind of fished it out over there. I mean, only, 7 pounds was what I thought was a good day yesterday, and they actually caught them better yesterday, the top few guys. So I had to, just felt like I needed to do something different. It was fun. I mean, getting another limit, not being short on that is pretty important each day. I really can't believe I came in here and got 3 nice, not big ones, but nice frog bites, and then none after that. I just don't understand that. But it was a good decision to come in here, and I was almost about to give up on it when I got that first bite. And then I thought, yeah, I can run this in here for a while and probably catch 6 or 8 more, and it just never did turn into that.
Been a good tournament for Stetson. It's kind of a challenging year for him. He's about 61st as it stands now. Angler of the Year points, but
this is one of the most challenging tournaments that we fish all year. Even though my year's not been great, it's just been in my head. As far as a challenge, this one is a big time challenge. And to come out of here with a top 10 is very inviting. Very inviting.
The next stop is going to be basically in the same mountainous area where he does a lot of his fishing, Lake Ouachita. This will be over across the Oklahoma border, 10 Killer Lake, so he should feel good about that. He's had great finishes up to St. Clair before. He's done very good performances up there.
Good to see him rebound with a top 10 here this week. He's been a very consistent angler through the years.
He had dropped after his second 100th place finish this season at Fork to 81st in AOY. Now he's back in 6th. He's got hope.
Yep. There's a chance.
And at 10 Killer, he was 8th last time. So
yeah.
These guys appreciate a top 10. Several of our guys have got in the inside the AOY top 40 cut. But then these guys who finished, 100th, Drew Benton and Brandon Polnick have dropped from the 20s to 50s.
See if we can do it again. Trick 2 or 3 more into biting and upgrade a little.
This little canal here bears an uncanny resemblance to the place where Greg Hackney won back in 2018.
I'm not so
sure
sure
it's
it
not.
isn't.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing a few minutes ago.
Hackney and Lowen shared that a little bit.
Talking to Casey Essie the other day, he said he was 10 feet away from Greg Hackney when he caught the 6-pounder on a buzzbait. So
Really?
Yeah.
Well, they keep
Well, the
busting
people
back
in
there. It has been tough today. I don't know. I've caught a bunch of fish. Just I haven't found the good ones yet. Still time, but I mean, I've fished a bunch of new stuff today. Some really good looking stuff. The water's like really cleaned up, and I don't know. The frog deal kind of let me down. I was hoping I'd just go do that all day, but pretty much just been covering water with a spinnerbait, flipping a little bit. They were starting to get like real tight in those little shade pockets, and then the clouds come. So it's kind of just been, I don't know, junk fishing, river fishing 101. Haven't found anything to settle down on yet. That's the problem. Both days that I did good, I kind of figured out a deal for that day and could just run and do that the whole time. But the days I did bad, I did not. There's still a chance. When you get one lucky 4 or 5 pounder, you're right back in it. Turn and burn, baby. Should we go that way or this way?
Another big mover is our tournament leader, Pat Schlopper. I talked to him at a Beatdown Outdoors event after Hartwell, and he was down and out. Literally said about the only shot I got making the Bassmaster Classic is to win at La Crosse, the final event of the year. If you look with what he did, mid-30s on Lake Fork, and what he is doing here this week, he's moved up to 55th, 56th,
55th.
55th in Angler of the Year, so there's definitely a shot.
Yeah, no doubt. Back-to-backers and all the effort it takes to get it done here. These guys they're not going to have to be rocked to sleep after these 2 weeks are wrapped up here. It is exhausting, but that is their passion, and they don't even notice it. But they've certainly given us some tremendous moments here over the past couple of weeks in the Lone Star State of Texas. Pat Schlopper hanging on as best he can, hoping the clock starts moving really fast. Kyoya Fujita would like a little bit of extra time. Ditto for Taku, Ito, Cooper Gallant, and Kyle Welcher, that's for sure. We got some more. We're coming right back. Time is running short here. There's a lot of work to be done if we're down there past second or third. There's a lot of work to be done for everyone in our top 10 right now. I'll just lay it out there. Who knows what's going to happen in the next 20 minutes or so. Some of it's going to be taken up by travel. But back here in Orange, Texas, with our live coverage sponsored by Luz, we are anxiously awaiting the next move. What is going to happen next with Pat Schlopper trying to win this thing wire to wire? Kyoya Fujita trying to get some redemption for coming so close and then the last day being disappointed last week here in Texas, up the upper reaches of the Sabine River. It's pretty wild and crazy plot twists here.
Yeah.
Let's get out to Pat Schlopper.
Afternoon was brutal. Had a great start. Got 4 good ones really quick, and then a few small keepers. You know, I got one in there that's just a little over a pound. That's going to kill me. But overall, I'm happy with the day. I didn't get to the weight I wanted. You know, I felt like 10 pounds would give me a good chance. We're not quite there, but just a tough afternoon. Super surprised I didn't flip up 1.5 pound to 2 pounder. I mean, I had a lot of time and I fished a lot of good water. I really don't know. I don't know what I would have done differently. I feel like I made good decisions. I just didn't get bit in the afternoon. I mean, very, very few, and the couple I did get were small. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. I don't feel good about it other than the morning. So hopefully them other guys struggled and I got a chance, but I don't feel good about it.
Obviously, Pat, on his way back, certainly not going to preclude any possibilities of him stopping and making a cast or two on the way in. Stops like that have changed tournaments before.
Absolutely, absolutely. And surely he's given himself enough time that he'll have a few minutes to fish close by. And through the years, we've seen a lot of good fish caught just within sight of the stage we have here.
No doubt. Taku not so very far away. He's got some time to fish here. Continue to excel today, and that's the sort of day he's had. Just under 10 pounds for today.
Pat's drive down to the wire like this, he hasn't won an elite before, but to me it screams somebody who's won a lot. He's won a lot over the years. He knows you can't take your foot off. And there's a lot of times where people be in his situation early in their career and you'd hear them say things like, well, it'll be what it'll be. But he knows, he feels like he hasn't done enough, and we'll see how it all works out. But he is a proven winner at home, and he is hoping that he's got enough to seal the deal here. We have some Schlopper fans rolling around here at the venue. They'd love to see him pull it off here, and I know I'm not supposed to say this, guys, but so would I.
You're a human being, Dave.
Yeah. When I get cut, I bleed.
Yes, that's right. Your outlook is valid.
Too aggressive.
Well, the minutes for us come down to a precious few here as our time is just about up for our Bassmaster Live broadcast today. We sure appreciate you being with us today. And it's so great to be here on site, me and Davey here, getting to consort with the greatest of all time at his job, Dave Mercer. I mean, what a thrill for all of us. And, man, just we can't say enough about this terrific place behind us. You can see the crowd, good crowd, getting ready. The weigh-in still a little ways off here, but the Bassmaster tailgate party, sponsored by Progressive Insurance, will continue into the night, so things are just getting started here in Orange, Texas, part of a big gala weekend here.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Things have been getting started this week, and it's been building and building, and just what we all thought would happen. We're down to the wire, and we have
I'm going to say 4 anglers that legitimately could catch the winning fish on the last cast here before they have to check in at 2:30. So it's a tournament that we expected. It was difficult to catch big fish, but the leaders throughout this event, the top 5, the top 10 here today in particular, had a way to catch a little better class of fish than the other anglers. And that's what it comes down to, whether you're at Lake Fork or the Sabine River.
This is a challenge. They knew it was going to be a challenge when we arrived here. Regardless of the conditions, it became even more challenging because of the conditions that they confronted, but they knew it was going to be a challenge. And if you ask me, the way this played out on Championship Sunday, you couldn't have asked for a better script. We saw people wanted to see old school baits. People wanted to see buzz baits, spinner baits, crank baits, a snagless Sally, as you reminded me. We saw it all here this week, and we've also saw some incredible things. To see what Kyoya Fujita has done in the last 2 weeks to answer all those questions of people wondering, can this guy do it without forward-facing sonar? I don't ever want to hear that again. Pat Schlopper, for him to overcome what he's overcome in the last year, for his family to have this moment, it's truly amazing. This is, we've been here 6 times, but if you ask me, this is the best Championship Sunday we've ever had here. I mean, normally by this point, somebody's trying to stick handle their way to the finish line. We did not have that. Right. We had 10 dudes swinging, and that's what you want on Sunday.
Yeah, nothing left on the table by these 10 anglers here. Just inspirational. Absolutely. They rose to the challenge, and the challenges have been plenty here. And that's what makes it a great place to have a Bassmaster Elite Series event. Let's take one more look at the leaderboard. Again, these are unofficial weights, too. I mean, this is all going to be subject to putting on an actual scale, the official scale, and then we'll see what the real story is. But that's a pretty good snapshot right there. Pat Schlopper with the lead, not a big lead over Kyoya Fujita. Taku Ito moved up the leaderboard today and put a big number up there, almost making it to double digits. Cooper Gallant, fantastic tournament. Kyle Welcher started out great. We were all sort of, hey, we better watch out for this guy, but it's been very slow after midday for him. Been a long time since he's put a keeper in the boat. Patrick Walters, of course, has put on a show as always. I think he's going to fall maybe just a little short today. But again, we're talking about that last minute 4 or 5. You cannot write that off.
Yeah, last week was catch, weigh, and release, so we knew we were pretty close. But this guy right here is one of 2 that I know that are in that top 10. Their weights are not very accurate at all.
Point. Yes.
Got to watch the weigh-in this afternoon.
Going to be a lot of fun. Happy birthday, Davey Heights.
Thank you so much. Y'all made it a very enjoying day.
Well, it's one of the greats, 2 great friends here that I so much admire. And what a thrill for me to be with this group here in a special place.
Hey.
Just going hog wild over all the fans and all the good fishing here. And all the great fishermen, the great anglers that make up the Bassmaster Elite Series. A tournament like this reminds you of what really determined, skilled, and hard workers and tough competitors they are.
We learned a lot about some anglers that we obviously didn't know a whole lot about. We thought we knew, but it's been impressive to see some anglers do very well this week, kind of outside of their wheelhouse.
There's the scene right there. What a place, just a perfect place to stage one of these big events, and it's going to be a big-time weigh-in. It will not last long. You definitely want to check it out. It starts at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That is not too far away. They will have them up there. We'll make it all legal. We have a new champion for 2025 on the Sabine River in Orange, Texas at the MAXAM Tire Bassmaster Elite. Just a great experience all the way around. Can't wait to get back here again. And I think I agree with you, Dave Mercer. I think it's the best one we've ever seen here. It's all about the game, and it's been a great one.